7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Watch the show to see how cute we are on YouTube. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Just open up the app, and the next thing you know, you're watching the program, and you're talking it over in our Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And you can also text into the program. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And call in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Doug, an incredibly important decision for you today.
What's that?
It's a Sadie Hawkins, and you get to determine the cute little boy across the hall at the square dance that you want to dance with. What is the lead?
I guess it's that college football playoff rankings.
Jackson disagrees with you.
No, I think that's a good place to
getting
start.
beat by Notre Dame?
Jackson needs to ease.
I don't even know if we need to talk about that.
Papers and I were texting during the game. It was a fascinating, it was an entertaining game, right? Give it that.
No doubt.
He's sideways with the game, Tim.
Oh, no. What are you sideways about?
Well, no, I just
sideways.
said based on the two-word answer. We have a 4-hour show, and I just said, wow, what an entertaining game. And he said, no doubt.
Disappointed, but it's not college football. You can lose games. You can lose
You're
games.
happy they
you can't
lost.
lose
Still win.
games in the NFL and still win.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Right. That's
So,
been well
you know,
documented.
I think we're all a little college football brained in that regard. You know, Illinois lost a couple games, and they're just fine.
I took a shot at Illinois, right?
No, I'm just saying I'm very high in Illinois, despite having, you can lose and be just fine.
Billikens get a W. Sis boom ba.
There you go.
Rah,
Look at
rah,
that.
rah.
Resounding
Look at
W.
that. Jackson, Doug just helped you out right there.
And a great response.
Well,
It's you lose a heartbreaker like you did against Stanford and come out and
I
play
laid the
as well.
7 points with the Billikens.
That was a great play.
And they played in, was it a high school gymnasium? That's the same place that Hank Gathers and Bo Kimball played?
I guess
With
so.
Paul Westhead? Was that
gym.
Paul Westhead?
Paul Westhead, yes, and then on to the Lakers.
Bo Kimball,
I think he was with the Lakers beforehand, but somebody will
Was
look
he?
that up.
he got fired, and they surfaced.
And then they
down
used to
the
score
road.
like 140 points
Yeah,
a
that's
game.
right. Yeah,
like
it's hard
that
to believe
style.
that was the same gymnasium. But yeah, I was watching the Billikens. That's why, weirdly, see if you can agree with this take, or maybe you'll disagree. It's welcome. You're welcome to do it. I still am so disappointed in what happened with the Billikens at Stanford, or not at Stanford, in Palm Springs against Stanford on that last second buzzer-beating 3, because that probably mattered for St. Louis University infinitely more than take your pick of any Missouri or Illinois loss. I realize Missouri has 1 and Illinois has 2. But with that said, at this point in the season, St. Louis University can't afford to lose them, because the reason why you have all of these powerful programs playing each other is because what they're doing is they're taking every single bid and then keeping the mid-majors out. And so Missouri can lose a game like that last night that they should have never lost. But the Billikens should have never lost to Stanford, and it will actually potentially keep them out of the NCAA tournament, even though it was a game played in late November. I'm watching last night as a Missouri fan, and I'm going, okay, whatever. Ridiculous that they don't guard the guy who's hitting threes all night. Same crap that drives Missouri fans up the wall about Dennis Gates' teams. And you see it happen yet again. You could see it before the gentleman even got the ball, that he was wide open.
And you could see Phillips like sprinting out there as fast as he could, and it's a little too late.
I was watching it with my wife, and I said, I mean, this is what they did all second half. Same thing.
Cole Serta, who looks like he's about 12. One of those kids who probably in the driveway, Tim, was shooting at midnight, and the parent, come on in, Cole. No, I'm going to make 1,000 threes in a row. Frank told me I had to. I just kept shooting and shooting. Yep, left him open. And he had made some big shots before that. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I hated it.
We started with it didn't really
Doug
matter.
tried to talk about the Billikens.
He defended it, and
It
it's like
matters.
I don't get.
Doug, he's in a darker place than I
You
thought.
really are.
Get out the grease board.
He's
Early December non-conference.
pull it together.
so he sends a double with Jacob Cruz, who is not quick. He's not a great defender, and you're leaving the best shooter on the floor. The only way that that's acceptable is if you stay in between your man and the ball so that he can't make that guard-to-guard pass and get the shot off. The fact that Jacob Cruz allowed that pass to happen or even was sent for the double team is insane. Sit down and guard and force a tough contested shot, not a wide open one. I don't care how deep it is. That guy's hitting threes. Don't double Don't double with someone off the shooter. You can double with anybody else, but you can't double with the shooter.
Somebody's a ball coach.
Norman Dale over here.
You just can't do that. I saw it happen in slow motion. You just can't do that. It's very, very frustrating. For a game where I thought they played 75% of the game, they played really well, and 25% they played terribly. And that was one of the 25%.
Okay.
It's simple. Gates isn't a very good coach. Does that help you, Jackson? That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig.
There's some things, like when a loss like that happens, it's like easy to say. But there's other parts of the game where I thought his game plan was outstanding. When he switches around that man-to-man and goes to zone, it's really hard for offenses to get comfortable, and he's really good at that. So, like, there are some good things last night that put them in a position to win, and then some other decisions that I thought cost them a victory. It's a double-edged sword.
Okay, but you'll get through it, right?
Sure.
All right.
All right, what audio do you have that's going to be therapeutic for you on this?
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
It doesn't sound like there's much of anything that can help.
Despair. I mean, are you still pissed about the Blues losing to the Ducks?
Yeah, I'm furious. This is him defending the defense there on that final shot. From
Defending the defense.
Defending his defensive choices.
All right.
Clarify, that shot that Serta had that gave Notre Dame the lead, that's one that you would live with again?
I didn't want Burton to have the basketball because he turned the corner and he gave the same type of shot. So at the end of the day, it was beyond the NBA range on the three-point shot with Sean Phillips Jr. contesting, and I thought we did a good job, scouting report-wise, making someone else beat us and beating us from a length away from the basket.
And then just to follow up, the shot by Jacob Cruz right after that possession, what did you make of that play, and was that what you wanted on the next possession?
Which shot was that?
Jacob Cruz came up the court right after Serta's three and fired one of his own from the top of the key.
Well, I'll live with Jacob shooting threes. I probably couldn't draw up a play with a set defense that, or called the timeout, they would have came out and made sure the shooter never got it. But at the end of the day, I'll live with my guys making shots and taking risks.
Can we get a microphone on the guy who's holding
I believe it was a press corps of one.
there was only one video.
It's fine. It's fine.
And that was it.
I don't think Doug's sideways with you. He's saying the setup.
Sounded like the reporter had a mic, but Dennis Gates didn't.
Yeah, I've
kind of a new
twist. You type in Dennis Gates press conference into YouTube, and there was one video of it.
But yet it's easier to get Dennis Gates on the road than it is Ali Marmol on the road.
It's impossible to get Ali Marmol on the road.
Can't have
Maybe
it.
when they start winning, it'll be available. Balloon party season. So Dennis Gates was not familiar with the Jacob Cruz play seconds after the Serta three-pointer and had to be reminded of it. That was magical. Doug, I bet you were delighted by that play.
I was asleep by then, Tim.
He said Phillips contested it. I'd say, sprinting full sprint, saying, oh, my God, that guy's wide open, and sprinting towards him is not what I would call contested.
I didn't.
Norman Dale, your
that.
thoughts?
I didn't understand it. I would have called a timeout and drawn up a play as opposed to Cruz just firing it as soon as he came across the timeline. But what are you going to do?
There
Learn
is the thought that you might get an easier shot by not organizing and giving the other team a chance to get set back in their defense.
I respect it, and if he hits the shot, we're not talking about that. Yeah. But, yeah, that's how the cookie crumbled.
But there was, about 15-ish or so. I'd like, just drive. How many times do they go?
Yeah, you can go for two.
They almost always kind of give you they almost always give you the ole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you'll get a foul called.
Did you have a tough time sleeping last night, Papers?
Mm-mm.
Really?
No. I mean, it happens. You're going to win some of those games. You're going to lose some of those games. It's early.
And now you got Kansas.
You get Kansas. You get an opportunity. You get opportunities ahead of you. So would have liked it, but, it's good to get tested in a close game like that. Learn from mistakes. Hopefully in the future you don't go double team off the best shooter.
Okay, so you're bouncing back a little bit.
Yeah, that's the Dennis Gates defense. It's create turnovers or pray they miss the shot because there are going to be a lot of open shots because he wants to create turnovers and score in transition.
Doesn't seem like a great strategy to me.
Not my favorite.
The Colonel's review, and he made the observation that the officiating was bad. He didn't say it was bad against Missouri. It was bad. I hate that. It happens. It's one of my things that tilts me on college basketball, but usually it's the dramatic officials ruling on a charge under the basket where, he's putting on a performance to sell the fact that he really has no idea if the guy was set. In this case, it was just bad both ways. And then the Colonel says, that said, the play that lost the game came on defense. Notre Dame had the ball with 17 to shoot. You knew Marcus Burton was going to have the ball. As they left the huddle, I thought, don't help off the shooters. They didn't exactly help off of them, but they gave Cole Curt room. Curt is the same guy that hit the corner three to tie the game when Mark Mitchell helped off him a couple of possessions beforehand. The TV crew said he's known as the shooter. Missouri didn't recognize it somehow, and it beat them. Then Cruz threw up a wild off-balance three with 12 seconds left, like there were 2 seconds left. Missouri played the last 29 seconds about absolutely as poorly as they could have been played on both ends of the floor. Frustrating loss. Not season-changing or anything, but frustrating.
When Curt got the ball in his hands, I'm looking at the video right now, there wasn't a defender within 10 feet of him.
Correct. Sean Phillips had to come flying from the block. That's the thing, is if you're going to send that double, you have to have someone willing to get to the next guy over. It's not like they did a swing pass or a skip pass. They passed it guard to guard, right 5 feet from him.
The score was tied at the time. Mizzou must have been surprised that they went for the long three instead of trying to get a closer shot.
You can't be surprised when you leave the best shooter on the floor.
Amen. Why do Mizzou football and basketball schedule cupcakes and then immediately lose when they play a semi-decent team? Thanks. That's from Steven Time.
Oh, gosh.
That's bait.
Hell, they's on scholarship, too.
You're not going to take it.
Not doing it.
Kwame Vayukas IV, who is celebrating the Billikens win at Loyola Marymount, says those losses will benefit Mizzou in March.
They won't.
Now, Doug, when the Cardinals were losing in April in San Francisco, was that 2023 or 4?
I have one
Ali
of those.
Marmol said it will help them out.
Yeah, well, it turned out it didn't.
In October.
No.
This team's straight cheeks.
I don't know that
tough.
it's cheeks.
I think the frustrating part, you look at, there's a lot of talent running around out there.
And
You
they're
need
missing one of their best scorers, Jaden Stone.
But you need that talent to come together, Papers. We got to get that group together.
I'm telling you, Jaden Stone is the straw that stirs the drink. He is a damn good basketball player. He's a great scorer. If you had him last night, I think it'd be a different story.
Why don't the youth make eye contact anymore? That comes from old people's Facebook statuses.
Because they're cheeks.
One of my favorite text accounts. Now, is old people Facebook statuses going to defeat Arbor Day in the 2025 awards? I can't imagine. But old people Facebook statuses is something to keep an eye on in 2026. A lot of momentum right there. A lot of momentum.
It just kind of slides in real quietly and like drops a bomb and then leaves.
His previous text was yesterday, how are the roads?
That's a great Facebook post. And then people are answering it 4 or 5 hours later. Very helpful.
You can send in your status updates at 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. And this week, through Friday at 11 a.m., Jackson Burkett, who's bouncing back after the loss in South Bend, will update your name if you do not have one in our Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can gather with other TMA listeners and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 144 friends are already in there this morning, including prominent winter holiday. John Scores and Heimblum's spreadsheet, who says, gee, Missouri basketball has talent but is poorly coached. Haven't seen this during the past 2 seasons. That's Heimblum's spreadsheet.
Geez.
And he's at war with Carlos Spicy Wiener over a youth volleyball team. Mr. Licks is at war with the Warson Woods Wacko over their balance sheets. And Sharon and Clayton is at war with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. There is your listener warfare update.
All right.
How about a warfare of the month?
Oh,
we have the listener of the month.
Well,
What about the listener warfare of the month, Papers? Do we have room for that?
Sure. We got
Maybe
room
a
for everything.
Prize pack.
come on in. The water's warm. On your Stiefel dossier today, that Jeremy Rutherford is going to be with us, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He will be with us at 8:50. Is he in studio? Or
That's the plan.
Or is he making his way to Boston?
Well, I think he's going to be in studio.
I think I'll go to Boston. Was that Augustana in 2000? I'll say 2006. It might be 2007. Am I right on that? I think I'll go to Boston. Am I right? Was the song
Well, I
called
don't know the
Boston?
years,
Definitely
Tim.
by Augustana.
Yeah.
And it came out in 2005.
Good thing I said 2006. That could have been a terrible loss. Don't want to lose that early in the season.
Papers JR is here. Timmy's not going to be here at 8:45 or 9. He will be here at 8:50.
Well, this show is so prepared that if we are off by a minute, it's going to throw off the whole thing.
What's wrong with 850? That's a round number.
But it seems a little too round for our gang. Yeah, like
Our gang,
9.
Doug, you like that? Was that Spanky? Was he in our gang?
Spanky, yeah.
And they were different than Little Rascals, but not really. Our gang and Little Rascals, Doug, this is kind of your wheelhouse.
It's kind of the next generation of kids.
Okay. I always thought they were the same.
Was the alfalfa in it?
Was he in both?
No.
All right, I'll look it up.
Man.
Anyway, JR will be here at 8:50.
How many alfalfas
Not
were there?
8:51.
Jackie Cooper was like the original star going way back to like the 30s and 40s.
And he was in The Toy with Richard Pryor?
As an adult, yeah.
Did the alfalfa cut ever catch on?
Not really, no.
Well, I saw a little guy crawl out from under a bed in a film called Somewhere Under the Rainbow, Doug. He was a Hungarian gentleman, a little person named Panther, and he had the alfalfa cut. But other than that...
did he really?
Other than that...
And Alfalfa was murdered, the actor.
Also in the real life?
Yes, the real life
Doug,
Alfalfa.
just a surprise guest, Martin.
As a young man,
He's
he's
like Panther on instead.
He's only like 20 years old or something when he got murdered.
So this person was never caught.
Tim, that Augustana song is fire. Needs to be the return music. That's from former Kansas star Adonis Jordan. Big fan.
Way ahead of you.
Oh, wow. Doug, Augustana is a Greenville College band. That's from the 314.
Oh, okay. Ken Anderson went to Augustana College. Great quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals. Just a little tidbit I'd
Always
like to
had
throw
the
in there.
completion percentage. Didn't he have the record for like 23 out of 24?
Yeah, he was really good. They said he couldn't play. School's too small. He hadn't faced anybody.
And it
Tore it up in the NFL.
It all comes full circle because the Greenville basketball coach runs the Paul Westhead style where they score like 140 a game.
Yeah.
They may lose 150 to 140, but they don't stop. They get across half court and all of a sudden they're just letting it fly.
I like that. Usually the team that gets off the most shots scores the most points. So if you can get a shot off before you turn it over or commit an offensive foul or something, you're probably better off.
Doug, I think Shipping Up to Boston is a better song. That's from the 636.
Okay.
That, of course, from
That's
The Departed.
subjective.
Jackson, what is a better song?
I know Shipping Up
Dropkick
to Boston
Murphys.
a lot more. Like, I know that song. I'm not positive I know the Augustana
Augustana's.
song, but we're about to hear it.
Nah,
so
it's going to be fun. Nah,
but
you're
Shipping
right.
Up to Boston is, like, to me, the Boston song.
The St. Louis song is Brown and Crouppen, and that is the presenting sponsor of this program. Founded in St. Louis in 1979, built brand new offices down on the hill right across the street from Ragazzi's here just a couple of years ago. Huge offices. They are committed to St. Louis, and they are committed to being the presenting sponsor of the Morning After. They have been since 2020, that was it 3 or 2024, and they have signed up again for 2026. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's Terry Crouppen, that's Andy Crouppen, and that's Ed Herman. Brown and Crouppen, local. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, you want somebody who knows the local legal environment, Brown and Crouppen, 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. The program's called The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN, the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug. Was I walking out of Shea Stadium in June 2007 after a Mike Maroth song to get on the subway listening to this? I think I was. I think they were playing this at Shea Stadium, which kind of surprises me.
Was he a former Cardinal or future Cardinal at that point?
Current.
Mike Maroth. Oh, he had pitched for the Cardinals. I'm sorry. I thought it was a Mets start.
Yeah, it was June 2007.
Mike
You're right.
Maroth.
Surprise guest.
But he'd be good. Lefty.
Yeah, real good. The program is called
First
The Morning
question
After.
problem. Not a second.
Not
really a
question.
second question problem.
The program is called The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel, where Bourbon Bob's talking to John Scores and Doug's little river birch. You can open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, and the next thing you're in there and you're talking it over here on the program. Jackson, what do you? Doug said the college football rankings he would rank is number one, but I think he was just trying to help you. I think he was just trying to help you.
I would say that's the lead.
You think it's the lead as well?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hell, Martin, do you agree with it? I'm not saying it's not. I just think it's.
I think it's great for debate, but I don't think it really matters yet. Like, I mean, it does and it doesn't. The whole Miami Notre Dame thing.
It's the penultimate rankings.
I know.
Don't say
I
penultimate.
knew that was going to cause a problem.
But until Bama loses to Georgia or something, or Duke wins, until something significant happens this weekend.
Well, I do think something significant happened last night. I was trying to induce action in the 10 o'clock hour, but I probably should have made it a case in the 7 o'clock hour to have 4 hours of attempting to collect wagers from the listeners. If you ever want to bet with me, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. That even though you had the number 7 team, the number 8 team, the number 9 team, the number 10 team, the number 11 team, and the number 12 team all win last week, that somehow, Martin, the committee would get together and say, well, we need to make a move. And the only question was, would they somehow say that Oklahoma's win against LSU was so questionable, and it certainly was not an impressive performance, that they got to move down, in other words, sacrifice the Sooners to protect the SEC championship game? Or would they penalize Notre Dame for only beating Stanford by, I think it was 29, because I took Notre Dame minus 32.5 on the spread zone in my big 1-6 week. Huge week.
Oh, sorry,
huge week.
Not your fault.
Thank you. And the answer was they got the Fighting Irish. They clipped the Fighting Irish. I'd imagine more people in South Bend are upset this morning because of that than they are happy about Notre Dame's win over Missouri. So now Notre Dame and Alabama flip-flop, and the reasoning, just thorough. Hunter Yurachek's having a big year because he is under fire in Arkansas for no money for the football program. Thought he hired Alex Gorsuch. He goes to War Eagle, and now he's got a guy where they're protesting in Fayetteville and Ryan Silverfield. And because Mac Rhodes, former Missouri athletic director, had to step down because he attacked a tight end for wearing the wrong sleeves under his jersey at Baylor, he is now the committee chair. So Reese Davis asked him why Alabama, and that incredibly impressive win where they needed a late fumble from Auburn to not lose to a team that fired their coach a few weeks ago, was so impressive that they passed Notre Dame. Now, we all know that it's because they can't have a team lose in a conference championship game, which means a bunch of money to the networks, that they had to move Alabama up to protect them. But here is his answer.
Alabama moved ahead of Notre Dame. Why? Reese, I will tell you the debate between Alabama and Notre Dame over the past 3 weeks has been one of the strongest debates we've had in the room for the past 2 years that I've been a member of the committee. And I think this week, as we looked at those two teams and how closely they have been over the past 3 weeks, Notre Dame went on the road, had a strong win at Stanford, but Alabama went on the road in a rivalry game. Looked really good, especially in the first half, getting up 17-0, ran the ball well. Auburn came back at them. They had a great gutsy call on 4th and 2 late in the third quarter to get a touchdown, and then got the turnover late in that game. And I think that was enough to change the minds of a couple of committee members to push Alabama up ahead of Notre Dame in this week's rankings.
You know what the question is going to be. Is that you're not going to want to have a team lose in the SEC championship game and get bumped out if, say, BYU wins the Big 12. Did that come up in the room?
It did not, Reese. We will evaluate the results of the championship game after they are all completed over the weekend.
I understand he's in a brutal position. I have to say that. It was the same guy who was doing Saddam Hussein's reporting, Doug, was at Baghdad Bob in 2003.
Yeah. Oh, he'd be good.
Yeah, he'd be fun to have
I wonder
on,
what
too.
he's doing now.
He's going to be a surprise guest on Thursday, I think.
Initials, B.
B.
B. Doug,
Doug,
B.
yeah.
B.
Baghdad Bob.
But is there anybody, and I mean anybody, who believes that? They cannot have, at this moment, while these things still exist, and I do not think they will be with us by the time 2030 rolls around, a team get to the conference championship game, in particular in the SEC or Big Ten, and then lose it, and then get knocked out of the college football playoff. And, Doug, I don't know if you like this or not, but I'm going to move forward anyway.
What?
Full stop.
Oh, don't say full stop.
I knew that was going to be a problem.
Yeah, I don't care for that. Don't need that. Just stop talking, and we understand that you're done.
Yeah, but then it makes it look like I think I get a few more likes if I say it that
mic
way.
drop, full stop, period. That's all I got to say. It all works.
What about Taste Me?
No, I don't like that one. Well, I think no matter how many teams get into the playoff, whatever structure they decide, somebody's going to be whining about it near the bubble.
I understand that.
Every single
let's
year.
Isolate in on this. Let's not get distracted with that. You had a team win by 29 points and move down in the rankings because a team went and beat Auburn.
Alabama passes the eye test for some team.
There you go.
Full stop.
There you go. Yeah, and it really shows the importance of not allowing these conference championship games to be devalued for the television package. Again, I understand it, that the perhaps ultimate sacrificial lamb was Notre Dame. They didn't do this to like a BYU or a Vanderbilt. They did it to Notre Dame. So that really shows the importance of the conference championship games and their value dollar-wise.
How about the fact Alabama's resume, one of their bigger wins, is beating Missouri, who was 14th at the time.
But didn't get ranked last night, so they could have James Madison in there, which sends the message that James Madison, should Virginia lose to Duke, would get themselves into the college football playoff. Oh, what a Jim Dandy it would be if you could have James Madison and North Texas in the college football playoff.
Come on already. This is nonsense.
Okay.
Alabama percentage they're in even with a loss, 90%?
Well, it's now 100%.
100%.
It's 100%. Now, they won't say that. Now, another little fun fact for no and tell. How many of you are familiar with Polymarket? Got a big feature on 60 Minutes this past Sunday, but oftentimes indicative of when sharps, for lack of a better term, or people in the know what's going on. Yesterday on Polymarket, Alabama moving ahead of Notre Dame had huge amounts of traction. In other words, somebody on the committee told a friend of the feather what was going on, and the word was already out that it was going to happen. So that's a nice setup when you got 12 people together and somebody's running and telling people what's going to happen. But either way, Alabama moves ahead of Notre Dame. And so what does that mean? That means that if BYU were to beat Texas Tech, Notre Dame is on the outside looking in.
But how big is their beef, right? Notre Dame. Other than getting arbitrarily moved down, their schedule, their two biggest games, right? They lost. And the rest of their games, USC is a good win. But how great is their case?
SP Plus ranks Notre Dame 5th, Alabama 12th. FPI ranks Notre Dame 3rd, Alabama 6th. Sagarin ranks Notre Dame 2nd, and Alabama 7th. And FEI ranks Notre Dame 4th, and Alabama 9th. So from a metric standpoint, Notre Dame is superior to Alabama. Now, I want to make this clear. This has nothing to do with me liking Notre Dame, not liking Alabama. I don't really care. I think what I'm saying from a bigger picture standpoint is the system is so comedically, it depends on your perspective, or tragically flawed that it is tied into television contracts that you have moves made like this, and I understand it's not Hunter Yurichek's fault. He just has to be the guy like Baghdad Bob who has to say the stuff that's asinine. But that Kalen DeBoer's decision to go for it in 4th and 2, he said it was the third quarter. It was with time running out in the fourth quarter, along with the fact that they had a 17-0 lead over Auburn, was the reason why they moved ahead. And for the record, Notre Dame led 42-3 over Stanford. It's a bunch of BS. And this was why, when there was a talking point locally that a 10-2 SEC team, so in other words, Missouri could lose 2 times and then win their other games, would get into the college football playoff. And I was just like, I don't think that's going to happen. Now, we wound up seeing that with Vanderbilt, but I would say Vanderbilt had an easier road than Missouri did. But either way, my premise is certain covenants will be held sacred and defended, and even so, against all logic. And in this case, the covenant that won out, even more so than Notre Dame's power, was the SEC championship game, and they couldn't have a team get rewarded by getting to a conference championship game and lose and then not play in the college football playoff. Because I assure you, if you ask every single Alabama fan all around the world, would you rather play in the SEC championship game or the college football playoff, they're going to say college football playoff. And so just because Texas was able to beat Texas A&M, Alabama, who otherwise would have been assured of being in the college football playoff, but because of that game, and then A&M is out and Alabama is in, Alabama all of a sudden risks not being in the college football playoff. It's an asinine premise. So the committee did what the committee needed to do, protect these ridiculous championship games that will be obsolete soon, and they moved Notre Dame down and Alabama up. And therefore, I got a problem with it.
There's a headline. Greg McElroy says committee corrected a wrong by putting Alabama in front of Notre Dame. Greg McElroy, let's see, did he play
I
college?
was quarterback at Alabama.
Oh, he went to Alabama.
Yeah, I think so.
And how about being an Arkansas fan and your athletic director, who you feel botched the hiring of your next football coach, is on TV breaking down an Alabama game late in the year that otherwise wouldn't mean anything to the AD at Arkansas. Like, hey, maybe you want to focus on this thing over here in Fayetteville? Well, I wouldn't be too pleased with that.
He's having a rough year, Hunter Yurichek. Yeah, rough year. Now, even though you got Miami not playing this weekend and Notre Dame's not playing this weekend, the door is open for Miami to pass Notre Dame. At least that's what it was sounding like from Hunter Yurichek when Reese Davis asked him about it.
Because you're still honoring head-to-head between Alabama and Oklahoma with the Sooners being up. But it has not carried the day for Miami and Notre Dame. Neither Miami nor Notre Dame play anymore. Among the teams who are finished playing, do not play this week, can their order flip next Sunday in the final rankings? Or is the order for the teams whose hay is in the barn, whose resume is complete, are they set in terms of where they are relative to one another?
Great question, Reese. The management committee during the offseason provided some clarification to some comments that were made last year. And indeed, idle teams can move following the results of the championship games and how they impact the teams that are around those that play in the championship game, and data such as strength of schedule, teams that may be idle. So yes, teams that are idle can move up or down.
So we're not set with Miami definitively being behind Notre Dame no matter what. Is that fair to say?
Reese, following the championship games, we will re-rank the top 25 teams, and we'll see where they fall.
I'm going to take that as the Canes still have a chance.
How could they? How could they move up if neither team is going to play again? How could you vault one over the other?
The eye test?
They go back and rewatch every game. Instead of making a good football hire, your athletic director will go back and rewatch another team.
And for the record, while I am sitting here making my point, it's not a complaint about Notre Dame versus Alabama. It's a complaint about what transpired, because it's not about what took place on the football field. It's about they can't afford to have these worthless games that are tied into their television deal be clearly detrimental to a team if they get to them. In the case of Alabama, who did win the regular season in the SEC. They are the #1 seed in the SEC, albeit by virtue of tiebreaker, but they did play Georgia head-to-head and win that game. But guess what? Miami played Notre Dame head-to-head, and they won that game. Miami should be ahead of Notre Dame. If your reasoning is, okay, everything else is, they're talking about the same records, fine. 10-2, 10-2. Well, what are we going to do to decide it? Well, did they play? They did. Who won? Miami. Miami ahead of Notre Dame. But...
And you had one of those ranking services that said Notre Dame is fourth based on analytics?
These are the respective rankings. SP Plus, that is from former Tiger Board poster Bill Connolly of ESPN now. Notre Dame is 5th, Alabama 12th. FPI, Notre Dame 3rd, Alabama 6th.
Notre Dame 3rd.
Sagarin, Notre Dame 2nd, Alabama 7th. And FEI, Notre Dame 4th, Alabama 9th.
You have to really look at this in a bizarre way to think that Notre Dame deserves to be the 2nd or 3rd or 4th ranked team in the country.
So it sounds like you want to fight Jeff Sagarin.
I think it lessens the credibility of his service if he can look at Notre Dame and think that they deserve to be ranked 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Not even close. Not close.
So this is where the Vaughn Index comes out?
Yes.
They had good losses, Doug. Close losses. They could have won. The argument is, yes, but they didn't win.
No, they did not.
Well, they almost
doesn't matter if you win or lose the game. And then if all things are equal, then you can look at the actual play of the game. For example, if you want to go, okay, well, let's make our case for Texas, that's fine. However, in addition to winning games, let's look at what actually played out. And they had to go to overtime against two really bad teams in Mississippi State and Kentucky. Texas making their case, they got to move up 3 spots. They did beat an undefeated Texas A&M team. Vanderbilt goes to Knoxville, beats the hell out of Tennessee. They don't move. Miami goes to Pittsburgh. They beat the hell out of Pitt, one of Notre Dame's glamour wins, and they don't move. So current odds to make the playoff, Notre Dame minus 500, Miami plus 650. There you go.
Is there a question in there?
Yeah,
what the hell are we doing?
Sorry.
It's a little bit like "And Justice for All," the great Al Pacino. I feel like everything's out of order. This whole court is out of order. The system is on trial.
Good for you, Martin.
Have you seen that?
Has that been covered on Movie Boy?
I haven't seen that
You would
one yet.
enjoy that.
I love Al Pacino.
He gets a little worked up, as always.
It is certainly the case. In
Tells
a lot
the
of his
judge,
films.
"You're out of order."
Is that different than Devil's Advocate? Does
turn
he
the
also play a
tables.
lawyer in that?
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, Devil's Advocate, not familiar with.
Okay.
Look up "Injustice for All."
CFP committee chair credited Bama's loss to FSU because FSU was ranked at one point this season, but never in the CFP rankings. That's from Steven Time. Damn it, Doug. Notre Dame shouldn't be seeded second. Sagarin system ranks them second. Now stop making me defend Notre Dame. That's from Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle.
Well,
they have a
you're-
joint account.
Then your system is wrong. If you think Notre Dame is the second best, deserves to be ranked second, then your system is wrong. I'm sorry, but it is. Well, who are you going to put them ahead of Ohio State or Indiana based on what they've done? Or Georgia? Your system sucks. If you think Notre Dame is the second best team in the country, your system sucks.
And the committee never really has you believing that they've got the pulse of anything. They just
shut it down.
They always feel a little nervous, a little sketchy, a little misguided, and they always explain it poorly.
I just can't understand how teams who don't play possibly move. Like, I don't. What are you judging that off?
Two teams, neither one of them plays. One leapfrogs the other.
Yeah, I get
based
like
on
a
not
team
playing.
that plays could leapfrog an idle team or fall behind an idle team, but moving an idle team, it's just what are you basing it off of? I guess yeah, the rewatch.
They're doing the rewatchables with Bill Simmons. They're going back and watching football games from earlier this year.
It's Chris Ryan and Hunter Yurachek.
Somebody did text in, because the assumption is Alabama is fine. That's what this is all leading up to. What if they lose by 40 to Georgia or just play horrifically? They've already kind of made it clear it doesn't matter, but
it would be wonderful entertainment if that were to happen. I mean, wonderful entertainment. And Alabama's strength, in particular in that win against Georgia, was their third down conversions. In Columbia, 2 weeks later, might have been 3 weeks later, it was their fourth down conversions. But against Georgia, it was their third down conversions. And they will probably be without Jam Miller. We saw him get hurt in Columbia late in that game. He's probably not going to play Saturday in Atlanta. And Jam Miller is not only key for their running game, but he is key for their pass protection on third down, and that is something from the intricacies of the game standpoint that is key. And if they cannot throw the football with those wide receivers, and Ty Simpson, then you're going to have a real problem against a team that certainly can put up some points in Georgia. Now, you sit there and go, okay, well, motivations. How much do these actually matter this weekend? Duke has nothing to play for outside of spoiling. They didn't get ranked. I cannot imagine, for as ridiculous and kind of obvious that it was going to be something, I'll use the term corrupt, but just they would mess around with the rankings last night to protect the SEC championship game or to protect Notre Dame. It was one or the other. Like I said, I thought either Notre Dame or Oklahoma would be the sacrificial lamb. In this case, would they sit there and go, okay, Duke gets to get in as an 8-5 team because we got to get the ACC in? I actually think it might be more likely that you would have Miami get in, and so you have an ACC team, and that is where they might, quote, correct the wrong of Notre Dame being ahead of Miami, despite the fact that at this moment, Notre Dame is ahead of them and they're not playing. They would say, okay, Miami, by virtue of head-to-head, is ahead of Notre Dame. Then you would sit there and go, well, why aren't they right now? And I don't have a great answer for you there.
Just because.
When in doubt, just say I test.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, that.
Just because a larger chunk of the country would probably watch them on TV than Miami.
How many times have you grabbed the poop?
What? What now?
It's fair.
Notre Dame has a huge national following, so I'm sure that's probably going to be the tiebreaker.
Alan Dadeville, and he loves the Georgia Bulldogs, and he knows that Alabama tends to own their souls. He says, it won't happen, Martin. I promise. That's Alan Dadeville. When Alan Dadeville makes a promise.
I understand that, but what if? Since a lot of this is fairy tale talk, what if? It'd be fun.
If BYU gets in, Texas Tech gets in, do we agree? I mean, Texas Tech is... So then you go, okay, Texas Tech, let them in, Big 12 gets 2 in, but Texas Tech could wait until December 31st to play a game and then be playing in Arlington, Texas a couple times. So I would imagine they would enjoy having the bye, so they're motivated. You know what the number is on that? Fine, I'll tell you. 12.5. BYU is getting 12.5 in a game that if they win... they play in the college football playoff.
I think if Texas Tech loses that game, I think they could get bounced.
Wow. They would fall behind Notre Dame?
I think it's possible.
Losing to a team that they already beat would knock them out from 4?
I think it might. They'd have 2 losses. Notre Dame, Miami have 2 losses.
But they've also played an extra game.
But then we're giving weight to the conference championship games, but we're saying with Bama, they actually don't matter. Again, the system.
Texas Tech has not played nearly as difficult a schedule as some of the teams ahead of them, though.
Right.
But so again, what if they said that? Conference championship games can mean more if your regular season schedule wasn't that beefy.
Well, in the SEC, it just means more. But
I really like that.
You can't. I think, in my opinion, you can't set the precedent that a team playing an extra game, a game in which they are rewarded for their great season by getting the opportunity to play, can cost them a chance at the playoff.
Agreed. We were just workshopping.
No, I think it's a good thing to workshop.
Possible spin.
Jackson Burkett.
Yeah,
anything we can ask you that'll take your mind off of what happened in South Bend last night is going to help.
Sure.
If you could bet your Red Ryder, Doug, you know the old Red Ryder?
The wagon?
Is it my wagon?
I thought it was a BB gun.
Is that from A Christmas Story?
Well, I call it a prominent winter holiday story, just to not offend anybody.
Okay, Mr. War on Christmas.
The poster gets a little thin. Yes, I'll bet my BB gun.
Correct. That Alabama's in.
Yeah. Because I think they're going to win on Saturday. But even if they lose, I think they won't mess with that. Yes, they're in.
What about your Red Ryder on Texas Tech being in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
No matter what.
What about Notre Dame?
Yes, they'll be in.
So therefore, you're operating on the premise that Texas Tech is beating BYU. That's where
yeah.
you are.
I think Texas Tech is going to beat BYU. I think.
So then at that point, then we have. You see, there's no way out. This is a game of tic-tac-toe where you're cornered. You can put the X there, that's fine, but you're going to lose over there. You're doomed. They either are going to have the situation where Notre Dame gets in over Miami, or you're going to have the magic that is the James Madison, North Texas, Tulane.
Yeah.
How do you do?
Right.
12 and 11.
No matter what, there's going to be somewhere like Miami's getting screwed out of it. Notre Dame's going to get screwed out of it. Vanderbilt has a claim to be like, wow, we're getting screwed out of it. You know, that like
could
no
be
matter
the impetus for Notre Dame to finally join a conference.
Yeah, this could be the impetus. Be like, hey, you want to never, like, if you want to leave no doubt when you have a good football team, just join a conference.
What if that's the ulterior motive of the committee? Saying behind closed doors, let's squeeze these Irish once and for all.
Yeah.
I think the ultimate motive was you cannot have the SEC have a team play in the conference championship game and then get penalized. I really think that was the primary reason. Now, again, these conference championship games will be gone. In my opinion, I don't know this, but I think it might even be before 2030, but bet everything I got by 2030. And I think it'll be a college football playoff weekend. And then you would have that Army-Navy game move up, which I think
full on board with
is where it's going to wind up. All right, your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Air Comfort Service, text inbox. Talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Open up the YouTube app and talk it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. You don't have a text inbox name saved? Just politely ask Jackson for a name, and you will have it today through Friday at 11 a.m. We have Cardinal news. That's going to delight some people. It's also going to anger some people, no matter what.
No,
they're not happy. But in this case, we have some sound from Sonny Gray and Wilson Contreras developments. That's coming up next here on The Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action on Thursday night, taking on the Bruins. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, does this make you think of Leonardo DiCaprio?
Not so much.
About Mark Wahlberg?
Not really.
About Matt Damon?
Just makes me want to dance, Tim.
Martin Sheen, Alec Baldwin, Vera Farmiga, Jack Nicholson. Yeah. Oh, my.
And Papers, you didn't like this? I really like this movie.
When did I say I didn't like it?
I thought you'd harpooned it before.
No, I love The Departed.
Oh.
I think Nicholson's kind of mailing it in.
Really?
A little bit. Not fully, but...
I think one of my favorite scenes is the text message when they're all kind of meeting late, and it's dramatic. Who is the mole? Who isn't? Right. And it's, for all of us, the early days of having a phone.
T9 texting.
Where you can get a text, and you just... And they
he does it from his pocket.
And it's... You're like,
unbelievable.
Whoa. Yeah. The mole is right here.
This is the most important Leo DiCaprio movie because he's surrounded by a ton of incredible actors, and he's acting circles around them.
Ooh, Doug. For heaven's sakes, what kind of a take was that?
Doug,
he's just better than, he's just so much better than everybody in it.
Budget $90 million. Box office $291.
How do you do? It's TMA 101 ESPN, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett saying DiCaprio's acting circles around Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Okay.
Marky Mark, actually. That's like one of my favorite Marky Mark performances.
What about the other guys?
That's up there. Boogie Nights being number one.
Dirk Diggler.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Colonel. Wilson Contreras might be going, Martin. I think we talked about this during onboarding yesterday. Katie Wu with the story. Katie Wu appeared on the MLB Network. We'll have audio of that here momentarily, along with Sonny Gray, who was on Nesson. But Wilson Contreras maybe has found religion. The Cardinals do not view trading Contreras as something they must do. They are not nearly as motivated to move him as they are Nolan Arenado. But Contreras is now much more open to it than he was at the end of the season, per Katie Wu's reporting in The Athletic. Trading Contreras would open up first base full-time for Alec Burleson and also would remove more payroll. And if a suitable partner does not jump out, St. Louis could also hold on to Contreras to open up the season and pursue moving him at the trade deadline. But Wilson Contreras is now open to moving. Thoughts?
And why wouldn't you be if you were him? You don't have to say, sure, just trade me, but let me know where, what team, what's my role on that team. Why wouldn't you at least listen to that? I think Arenado's at the point where like anywhere, and I thought he was at that point a year ago, and then he turned down the Houston deal, which I'm sure he regrets. But if you're Wilson Contreras, you're still somewhat productive. Your salary isn't that outrageous by today's standards. There might be some interest.
I would think so. He just had 20 homers, 80 RBIs. He's still a good bat. I would think if you're the Cardinals, you're not going to want to wait till the trade deadline. You're going to want to move him now if you can. You wait till the trade deadline. That's another 3 months. What if he falls off drastically? What if he gets hurt? Now you have no way to get rid of him at that point. Not that they want to get rid of him, but they'd like to have that salary relief. So I would think if you're going to trade him at all, you do it sooner rather than later.
I guess it's all about the return, because the reason you're doing it, nobody needs to save the DeWitts any money. What are you getting in return? That was the whole Sonny Gray thing. You give up $20 million to save $20 million, but you got a couple of guys in return who might help you down the road. You never know. So you do the same with Contreras, get a couple of minor leaguers that may end up being decent players. So what's the return? That's the whole... even if they have to eat some money on this one, who cares if you can get something in return?
Contreras' deal, comparing and contrasting it per MLBTradeRumors.com, good comp would be Christian Walker. The Astros signed him for 3 years and $60 million last offseason. That was a move that then played a role in Arenado, along with the trade that made him think that the Astros were in rebuild mode. It's a contract that began with his age 34 season. In that sense, one could argue that Contreras' contract is about market value from an AAV vantage point, 20.75 million AAV on the remaining guarantee, but is more appealing in that it's a year shorter. Then again, Christian Walker was an elite defensive first baseman who'd hit 95 home runs across his 3 previous seasons. Contreras was a good, not great defender in 2025 and has hit 55 home runs over the 3 prior seasons. So that is the analysis on a comp for Contreras and Christian Walker, who signed that 3-year, $60 million deal last offseason. So one player that the Cardinals could be moving is Contreras. One player that the Cardinals did move is Sonny Gray. He did not like to sweat.
Wrong city for that.
Yeah, that's right. But now he's up in Boston. This is what Sonny Gray had to say. He was on Nesson with Boston media talking about his decision and his conversation with Chaim Bloom and his exit from the Cardinals.
I guess it started kind of at the very end of the season last year. As soon as the Cardinals got eliminated from the playoffs, which was kind of like towards the end, I had a meeting with Chaim, and we just kind of talked over everything, asked about like the direction of the Cardinals, like what this is going to look like. We were both just very transparent with each other about it, which I thought was like the best way to be. And we were both just open as well. And I just expressed that, I think it would probably be beneficial for me and my family and my future to maybe go to a different situation, a different organization that maybe going a little bit more all in for the next year or two and trying to win a World Series. Because as you can see, I bought this hat as soon as I got traded over to Boston. And that's kind of just where I'm at in my career.
Bought a hat.
Yeah. It was
he usually carries a ball around.
2004 World Series cap.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Ouch.
That didn't go well around these particular parts.
For a really good pitcher over his career, he's bounced around a lot.
Well, he made his thoughts known on his time in New York. Take a listen to this. I guess this is certainly going to play well in Boston.
New York just wasn't a good situation for me. Wasn't a great setup for me and my family. I never wanted to go there in the first place. When that was kind of happening, when we were in Oakland and I was getting traded, that was a long time ago. I never wanted to go there. So then I was there, and it just kind of like it just didn't really work for kind of who I am.
Okay.
And I could agree with that. Knowing him just from a slight distance here, being around him a little bit, I can't see him really enjoying New York.
So that's not playing well, as you can imagine, in New York. And the Talkin' Yanks, which is a subsidiary of John Boy Media, put a clip out of him like a year after he got traded away from the Yankees, saying how much he loved New York and how it was a great part of his journey, how like he learned a lot and grew a lot as a man and a pitcher.
Wow, it sounds like he'll be on the college football playoff committee at some point.
Well, that'll be good. It'll be fun. Him and Hunter Yurchek can talk it over. Here is Katie Wu on the Cardinals' plans after they have traded away Sonny Gray.
Now, if we're going to go up the list, let's go the least likely after Arenado. I would go with Contreras, though he is, as we reported today on The Athletic, more open to engaging trade offers and could waive his no-trade clause for the right fit. Then I'm going to go Brendan Donovan here. And Brendan Donovan is a name that we've talked through all winter. He's coveted so much interest. I mean, half the league is on Brendan Donovan, and there's so much to like about him coming off an all-star season. Really, I think a core player for the Cardinals in 2025. But the Cardinals aren't inclined to move him for that reason unless they're completely blown out of the water, which leads us to our number one candidate, Lars Nootbaar, the most likely to be traded next, in my opinion, because he is coming off a down year offensively, had double heel surgery to end the year. But rival clubs look at Nootbaar as a prime bounce-back candidate. He's just 28 years old, a lot of upside. You look at the metrics, you look at what he can do in maybe a smaller ballpark based on his swing. A lot of teams interested in Nootbaar and Donovan. The Cardinals, of course, another priority for them is to alleviate their logjam with an abundance of their lefty hitters. Moving Nootbaar would accomplish that.
Okay.
It is amazing. The metrics, this goes back to that Notre Dame math that Doug called FUI, I believe, loosely.
Yeah.
The metrics love Lars Nootbaar. So I would say great. If you can package that up, great. They've got a crowded outfield. Nobody really jumps out at you, but there's a whole bunch of them. If you could trade Nootbaar.
And Nootbaar is one of those guys that you think he's got all the physical tools to be an outstanding player. He's a big guy. He runs well, throws well. He's got some power when he connects. You just keep waiting for him to click it up a notch to get to that next level.
Injured a lot.
And he hadn't done it yet. Yeah, but if you just look at the metrics on him, the analytics, I guess, I could see why you would think that this is going to be a difference-making type of player. He just hadn't gotten there.
Martin, I'm going to go predictioneering.
Okay, here we go.
Will Brendan Donovan be traded this offseason?
I think I said 75% last week, and you thought that was low.
Yeah.
Having talked to the committee now, nothing's changed since last week, but we're going to move our number 80%.
It got moved up. Doug, what do you think?
Even though the trade was idle this past week.
I'm going to go with 80.5%.
Oh, this Doug, he's sharp.
80.5. I think he's one guy that you can actually get a return for. Even Contreras, I don't know how much you're going to get for Contreras.
They'll pick up some money and they'll get a prospect.
But what kind of prospect?
Darnell Cole's son.
That's probably what they'll get.
Yeah.
I mean,
Little Coles is what they say.
It's not that hard to find first baseman who can hit like Contreras hits. Almost every team in baseball has one. So I don't know who's going to give you a whole lot of valuable talent in return for Contreras.
But he's a catcher in baseball right now. He's carrying 5 catchers.
No, he doesn't catch anymore.
Hey, guys, stay woke.
Donovan has some real value. I would think that the return for him would probably be better than the return for anyone else.
I think math people all know that the best way to make money is to parlay. Yeah. I'll give you a parlay. Donovan, gone. Nootbaar, gone. Contreras, gone. Ship it. Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
That boy is scrappy.
I do feel bad for an old school GM in the last 20 years on the phone. Yeah, what about, can I interest you in Contreras? Well, we were looking at his WAR plus minus BPF. Ooh. Well, yeah, but he's a fiery guy. He's the kind of guy you're going to want in the room. Like all those guys who would just spin things. Players, he's just a great teammate. And like, yeah, we were looking at his exit velo. Yeah, but he really is just a great kid, and just people gravitate towards him in the room. And yeah, but we were looking at some of the other numbers, like just trying to spin it in the old days where they didn't have all of these numbers to stare at. I'm sure that's how Walt got, the Marlins. Oh, you're going to want this Pablo Ozuna, man. He's an up-and-comer. They would always just package a bunch of guys, and they just sounded like they were going to be great players, and they never were. And, Doug, you're concerned because the prospects don't often work out.
No, they don't usually
But that's why I think they're going to do it in bulk, and then at some point, out of all the returns, somebody will hit.
Winter meetings coming up. I think you're going to see some activity. Katie Woo's report in The Athletic said the Cardinals are expected to be one of the most active teams, except it is selling, not buying. You can read more at theathletic.com. Go Stick 92 is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, I'll help Newt pack up, but they aren't going to get anything for him at this point. I guess he's in the first class inducted on the projected Hall of Fame class. That's from Go Stick 92.
Okay.
Kind of became the left-handed Harrison Bader, where he was, because he's a great guy, he was available for all things Cardinals, so you would see him popping up. He was very talkative, really a great guy. But I think because of that, it became kind of like a centerpiece of the team, and you're like, well, he's not a star. And also Arenado and Goldschmidt were quiet stars. So that opened the door. Bader got made fun of because they would always trot him out.
The king.
Jake's Coke Rails.
We missed him.
Pass the Plowhawk about that.
Yeah, Plowhawk and I were texting yesterday. Once I found out the man's got a child coming, Doug. How about that?
Yes, he does. He does indeed.
Wow.
Texting about it.
Little Plow.
Yeah, he was all worked up about drink.
I can imagine.
That's what got him going. Men, have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love? Put it this way. If your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older, or work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits, and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help you change that. Stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com mentalityhealth.com. That's mentalityhealth.com. I have been tested out there. Really quick process, easy process, friendly staff. It's Mentality. Online at mentalityhealth.com. Take control. Stop being tired of being tired and get back to the guy you used to be with Mentality at mentalityhealth.com. Jeremy Rutherford is going to be with us at 8:50. This is a well-oiled machine, so you can expect him to be with us right at 8:50. He's presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies every Wednesday, so you can send your two-part questions in for JR Blues Off today. Back at it tomorrow night as they begin a road trip through Boston, Ottawa, and the Bell Center in Montreal. We'll talk it over with JR coming up at 8:50. You're welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Guns N' Roses tickets for the concert August 16th at Busch Stadium. The prize, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of our email of the day. The program's TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Missouri, it's happening. FanDuel Sportsbook is live and ready to roll in the Show Me State, and they're celebrating with a little something for everyone. All this week, every customer gets a no-sweat bet every day. That's right. No matter what you are betting on, if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back to keep the action going. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or whatever you're into, you can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and built for every kind of fan. The interface is quick. The payouts are fast, and the experience is top tier. Martin, you are eyeing the Thursday night game with the Cowboys and the Lions. The Cowboys getting 3. The total is 54.5. The game is in Detroit. What you got?
Well, I'm coming off that heater on Monday where I gave everyone money.
Yes, you did.
Patriots beat down on the Giants. The Lions are a tricky team right now. They're favored by 3 at home. Cowboys are starting to sneak back into
great Thursday night game.
Playoff conversation. I'm going to stay away from winner loser. I do think over. The Cowboys can score, boy.
The over strikes me as a great play, but is it too square? I don't know. 54.5. You're going over.
I'm going to go over.
Martin on the over tomorrow night. Cowboys and Lions 54.5. Download FanDuel or visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook now live in Missouri. Must be 21 or older in present Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Opt-in required each day. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $20. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. By Jackson's force feeding this 2004 World Series thing down our throats this morning.
Just some Boston tunes.
A lot of bands from Boston. James Taylor's from Boston.
Yeah.
The band Boston. I think the Cars.
Apparently the ladies loved his style, too.
James Taylor?
Yeah.
I could see that.
Carly Simon liked him.
Yeah. Yeah, he did well for himself. He needs to head up to see Han.
Is that who she wrote You're So Vain about?
Well, that was always about Warren Beatty, we thought,
okay.
supposedly.
So.
And James Taylor now kind of looks like Paul Feinbaum.
Oh, does he really?
Well, I don't know.
Do the ladies love Paul Feinbaum style?
I think they do now.
Mouth of the South.
They like his ears.
It's TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. It's a program that solicits your involvement. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. That's how you can communicate with this show at all times. You can also talk it over with the TMA listeners. You open up the YouTube app, you type TMA STL, then you click subscribe, and the next thing you know, you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 237 friends. Spicy So is in there, along with Bourbon Bob, John Scores, and Craig Thompson, 4878. He says, great Boston bands, Gangrene, Jerry's Kids, The Freeze, The Bruisers, but also F. Boston is correct. Jackson, do you agree with his list of bands?
I don't know any of those bands.
Okay.
Honestly. I'm like Doug, not great lyrically.
No, I'm not great lyrically at all.
So subscribe to the TMA YouTube channel and talk it over there with Craig Thompson and 4878. You can rank Boston bands. Did they play they had the Standells play before Game 1 of the 2004 World Series?
Gosh, I don't
and that's
remember.
Dirty Water. It's the big Boston theme song. It's about the River Charles.
The
Dirty
Dropkick
Water.
Murphys were out there. Was it Game 2? I swear they had
them there too.
On the
Wasn't
field.
that Papelbon song? Was Shipping Up
Papelbon
to
wasn't
Boston?
on the 2014.
Right. But like when he would come out, they would play Shipping Up to Boston. He seems like the perfect Boston guy.
Boston sucks. It's from the Crystal City Liquor Man.
Went there this summer. What a lovely town.
Cool city.
Yeah.
A lot of history
Celtics
there.
team?
Yeah. No. It has been post the NBA. Or actually, the NBA Finals are going.
It was on the way to
there.
the Sweet Guy's wedding. I
That's
believe.
right. I was on my. That was going up there.
Aerosmith from Boston. Big myth, sorry.
Doug, no nudes. I'm with my family. That's from
Okay.
Paul Broadhurst. I don't know if you texted.
I'll stop sending them. I thought he wanted them.
So Missouri loses last night. Jackson despondent. I'm not sure what Missouri was doing defensively, unfortunately. I oftentimes say that. And the Billikens won, beating Loyola Marymount. And here is friend of the program, occasional fill-in host Josh Schertz with his analysis.
You know, proud of our guys. Thought we responded well to a really tough loss on Friday. It was a gut punch, but I was happy to see us come out with a better energy level. I thought we had a lot of contributions up and down the roster. All 9 guys that played a lot of minutes contributed. You know, I thought there was a lot. And the biggest improvement to me from, you know, when we got on the plane to hopefully going home is, you know, we've dealt with some adversity. We've had to find some ways in some tough situations. I think we're a more connected, tougher team. We've been more battle tested than we were before we got on the plane.
There you go.
Swish.
Been out in L.A., Palm Springs area. They've been out there for a week.
Probably at the Viper Room. He's the kind of guy, you know, obviously a friend of the program, comes in here a good amount. I would love to talk with him about how he handled that loss on Friday against Stanford. Like, because he'd go into a thorough breakdown of it. Because he knows that actually really mattered. It mattered 10 times as much as Missouri's loss to Notre Dame to St. Louis University. Again, because of the way college basketball is being chopped up amongst how many conferences, Jackson?
Power 5.
Plenty of them is the answer.
Yeah. Big 12, SEC, Big 10, ACC, Big East.
Yeah.
And then
there's scraps left.
Yeah, like the scraps of, you know, like there's some really good teams and other kind of fringe conferences. But like the A-10 is a premier mid-major conference. Dayton Flyers, VCU.
I think 10 years ago they got 6 bids.
Yeah.
And those days are over.
Right.
But why is that? Is the brand of basketball changed that dramatically, or is the power,
It's
the money?
It's the scheduling, exactly.
Because they can't get any.
Because they can't get the
net ranking.
Right. It's like you have to win your conference, which is the same as No offense to like the Sun Belt or smaller conferences, but like those schools really only play 1 week of basketball that matters, that conference championship. And now schools like SLU or A10 schools are kind of in a similar situation, which sucks because those are like fun Cinderella teams. We remember George Mason from years ago.
Well, you talk about St. Peter.
You talk about St. Peter. Like, St. Peter is a little different, but like George Mason is like, these schools, you got to get these at-large bids, It's,
so did the
A10 should be a 3-bid
power
league.
conferences get together and say stop playing them, or is it just each school individually thought, it doesn't do us anything?
The former, no question. And by the way, I understand it. It benefits them. That's the gig. I understand it. For the record, the Billikens are the favorite to win the Atlantic 10. They are plus 270, VCU plus 330. I think they have a really good team, and that's why I was, as he called it, a gut punch on Stanford when they lost that thing on Friday night on that buzzer beater. Because otherwise, I think they're going to start getting momentum to get into the top 25. I think they're that good. But they win last night. Missouri loses, and Dennis Gates talked it over following the loss in South Bend, Indiana, another game that the local team should have won. This was a decision to not cover people. Here's Dennis Gates.
Obviously, with those tough games, allowed them to fight out of even the foul trouble, even the situations, and they knocked down some tough shots. That last shot is a coach's rotation shot. I'll live with it any day of the week. Not allowing Burton, who was not going to pass that basketball. We were in our double. And Sean Phillips skied high, and they knocked down the three. They went up three. At the end of the day, the technical foul that Jacob Cruz got for shooting the ball, that's unacceptable. In addition to that, Ant Robinson cannot foul on that baseline, and I think he may have reached when that ball went out of bounds.
On the last two things, A, the Jacob Cruz shot should not have been called a technical foul. I've watched basketball my entire life. I've never seen that be called a tech.
What did he do exactly to those who didn't see it?
So Jacob Cruz came around the screen. They called a foul on the screen, a legal screen. Jacob Cruz takes a second, looks at the ref making the call, and then shoots the three, nails it, and they give him a tech for it. That is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I've never seen
he was
that.
showing up the ref, but come on, we're not that thin-skinned.
It's ridiculous. Right. It was ridiculous. I think it was a makeup tech for Shrewsbury, their coach, getting the tech. And then Ant Robinson did not foul on that play on the baseline. It was perfect defense. Ant Robinson is an outstanding defender.
But he also, again, said Phillips was out there defending. I'm like, if you watch the tape, that was said in the previous soundbite, and now he said it again. And I'm like, if you look at it, Phillips is a big man, prominent, sprints as fast as, like, oh my God, you can almost feel the air quote, oh my God. Yeah. This Cole Serta kid who can hit threes, he'd already hit 3 out of 6, is wide open. Now, he is a little deep. I think Gates referred to it as NBA range or whatever earlier. He was a little deep, but he was not closely defended.
But that's the Gates defensive problem, too, is it's all about trying to create chaos. But what if Cole Serta pump fakes on Sean Phillips, goes flying by, and now he has a wide open lane? Because that's how he teaches closeouts, is completely sell out, and they never, ever block a three. Never once. You'll never see Missouri block a three, but that's how they play it every time.
So they block a lot of these three-point shots?
Never. Literally never. But that's the only way. So now you have to play 4-on-5 if they pump fake.
Yeah.
I like when Papers gets worked up about the hoop rock.
I love it. I have to say I love it.
I want to buy you a grease board.
I envy your passion.
Yeah, that's
because it's highly unlikely that when you reach your 40s, you'll still be this worked up. But I envy the youthful passion.
It's
And then you realize they didn't care.
Then I kind of, that sums it up.
Right.
When you're younger, sports is like the most important thing in your life, or it can be if you're a sports nut.
Yeah. That and trying to get threesomes.
But Tim was right there.
He was.
You can hyper-focus on that last 30 seconds, which you should. That's the most important moments of the game. But
what about the last 60 seconds in the first half?
So that's what I was just about to say. The last minute of the first half and then the first 8 minutes of the second half, Missouri went ice cold, gave up a 5-0 run at the end of the first half, which was self-inflicted, and then couldn't score. Scored 6 points on 14 possessions to start the second half. That you can't. The beginning of the second half is one of, if not the most important part of the game. How you come out in the second half, the first 4 minutes of the second half, define the second half. You got to go get it. And they didn't. And so that's what happens.
Now, is Trent Pierce, is he injured again?
Yes. He's been hurt all year.
No one And I mean, no one cares or watched this game last night. That's from Eric in the Central West.
No one cared.
There was a lot of great. There was so much good ball on. I mean, UConn played Kansas, and that was on ESPN2 because Kentucky was playing.
And you had Duke in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, it was, and that was a great game too. Although I just can't stand watching Duke at home with that camera angle. It's so bad.
Gallagher Iba?
They're shooting it from the top of the ceiling. Like you're watching it from like the bird's eye view. I can't stand it. But that was an outstanding game.
Sorry, I meant Trent Burns. I'm sorry.
Trent Burns did play the previous game, but
So he's not playing regularly.
Yeah, he's a tough guy. He's 7'4" and he's not very quick.
My ears are bleeding. Eric in Central West.
That 7'9" guy from Florida, he doesn't get to play, does he?
Not much. The guys like that, you got to be a special kind of athlete to be that tall and be able to move at the speed of college basketball.
Well, they must think he has some potential
He's 7'9"
to keep him on the roster.
Yeah, I would happily take a guy who's almost 8 feet tall.
And he's now still a redshirt freshman?
I'm not sure.
Well, you could have him blocking threes, Jackson. Just have him sprint as fast as he can from the paint out to the three-point line.
How about you close out, and so if they shoot, you can contest it, or if they drive, you can stay in front of them. He's done it it's ever since he came to Missouri. That's how he teaches closeouts, and I don't like it.
This is going to be tough for a guy who is on the Missouri roster. Haven't got any minutes yet. Think you will.
Parallel to my high school basketball career.
But Jackson's not afraid. Kind of like Daddy Padre. He's in the room. He's not afraid to criticize the Blues. If you have criticisms of the Blues, you can text him in because Jeremy Rutherford is going to be with us coming up at 8:50 for his appearance, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Also on our Stiefel dossier today, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Guns N' Roses tickets, the prize. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And then starting on January 5th, the first TMA Business Day of 2026, a competition for the ages begins. Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest running sponsor on this program. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, and I'm a client as well. He is going to give away a $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month standings. This thing's going to be up for snatch grabs. You can get yourself right with the spring training that is December, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. By the way, Doug, low of 17 tomorrow, high of 28, low of 18 on Friday. If that furnace is not working, you go to designairservice.com, and maybe the bold and daring Adam will come out there and
that'd be exciting
and fix it for you, and you got it taken care of with Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. A former Kirkwood fullback made the biggest news in college football coaching yesterday. We'll explain. And then Jeremy Rutherford is coming up with us, and he will defend his grade that he gave the Blues for the quarter point of the season. Would you like to guess what the grade was?
It didn't start with an F, did it?
It started with an F. Yeah, so we'll have to hold him accountable because we hold rights here. That's coming up at 8:50. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Jimmy Taylor?
It sounds like Kenny Chesney.
Good on you, Doug. This is Boston by Kenny Chesney.
Wow. This guy's got a theme today.
He's the new coach at UCLA?
That's correct.
Kenny Chesney got that job?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
So they're going to let him
He's got a
finish
book, part of
coaching.
the promo tour.
He was doing all right before that.
TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman named Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. We got a problem in Happy Valley. I have to be transparent with the audience. We call the show Honesty in Media. Is that right, Jackson? That's the DBA?
That's right.
I was skeptical of the idea that Penn State was trying to hire Eli Drinkwitz just because I thought there's no way that they would fire James Franklin for not winning big games and then hire a guy who has not won a big game as the head coach of Missouri. And I say that with the utmost respect to the bowl game against Ohio State. And I think at this point, Penn State fans would treat Eli Drinkwitz like the second coming if he were to be hired at Penn State. Yesterday, former Kirkwood fullback Kalani Sitaki, who Penn State fans thought they were going to get, decided to stay in BYU, in Provo, and he spurned the advances of Penn State. Penn State, one of the first teams to fire their head coach this year, now sits here on signing day without a head coach. Sweet mother of mercy.
Serves them
what
right.
a disaster.
They've got it coming. When James Franklin can go there and put together a solid team year after year, be on the peripheral of contending for national championships, and get fired for quickly halfway into one bad season, then they get what they got coming. I can see where a lot of coaches wouldn't want anything to do with that now.
I have to tell you, I share your opinion, sir. Martin, what do you think?
Yeah, I think if you have a quick hook like that, and
you got to have a plan.
Well, but also I do think it scares people off. If that's how you operate, that's do I really want to go there? I think they did it to themselves. They clearly didn't have a plan. And God bless our guy, Kalani Sitaki. He's a BYU alum. He's got it going pretty good out there. Why not stay put? Just because they come calling doesn't mean you have to say yes. Good for him. Kirkwood's own, just like Doug. True sons.
I bet he was a load to tackle. He's a huge guy.
Do you remember him in high
No,
school?
he was considerably younger.
Well, no, I mean from a coverage standpoint.
No.
I didn't mean you were palling around at the Velvet Freeze.
No.
I mean, it really is a weird deal that so few people are aware of the fact that he did play at Kirkwood. He was a fullback, and he is, a win away from being in the college football playoff. And, hell, I don't know where they would be playing. Oxford, Eugene, I don't know, College Station. I don't know, but either way, that's kind of the possibility.
And to go from Kirkwood to BYU, you don't often hear that.
Yeah.
To be born in Tonga, to move to Hawaii, and then move to Kirkwood. It's run-of-the-mill stuff, Tim.
Kirkwood's a garden spot of
Clearly,
the middle of America.
They ever had that steak quesadilla at Amigos?
Some would pick, Malibu or something. Others pick Kirkwood.
Clearly, he's like in Hawaii, and his family said, "How can we possibly top Hawaii?" And they said, Kirkwood.
Yeah, it goes back to that steak
I
quesadilla
texted
at
Alvin
Amigos.
Miller the other day because I said I'm going to do a little commentary about how one of the top coaches in the country, nobody really claims. We claim everybody. Oh, he went to Vianney. Oh, he went to CBC. And we got this coach out here running around. But I think we were all suspicious that it was a Wikipedia myth. And Alvin Miller's like, oh, no, great family. My wife knows all of his sisters and the whole story. I said, wow, that's our guy. But good for him.
The more you know.
Little rainbow.
Yeah, that's right.
So who the hell's going to be their coach? I mean, it's signing day today.
Terry, promote Terry. Was it
I think
Terry
they
Smith?
will. I think they'll
At this
act
point?
like that was
what
the
else?
plan.
Yeah, if you can claim continuity, which would be tough considering you fired James Franklin, but you could claim like in-house, like we believe in our guy, like this is we are. That's their motto. We are. You promote from within, and what other option do you have?
And you buy yourself a year and say, well, we made a mistake.
It's either that or Hugh Freeze.
Hugh Freeze. God, can you imagine?
Today would be a day I'd never forget if Penn State announced we are hiring Hugh Freeze.
If you get it now as the coordinator, you got to really feel like you're about the 8th pick. I guess you wouldn't care.
Yeah,
for the money and the power that goes with it.
Yeah.
But it does have you believing more like, if you didn't believe Drinkwitz was a potential Penn State candidate, because they're just throwing darts right now, they may have taken a run at just about everybody out there.
Now I am of the opinion that he was.
Yeah. But the throwing darts is like great for these coaches like Drinkwitz or
Sure.
Joey McGuire just got extended yesterday. Like if you are on the hot board or any, like if Brent McMurphy tweets out that like you're possibly a candidate somewhere, that is so great for you because either you might get that job or your school right now is going to pay you a ton in extension or up your buyout because you might be on the move. It's great.
I would think if you're a coach and you got it going at BYU, and this goes for Ole Miss too, Lane Kiffin, if you've got a really solid program going where looks like you're going to even be in the playoffs and you're making $5 or $6 million a year, I don't know that a few million more a year is going to be worth it. Is it really going to change your lifestyle? Probably not. And if you got it going somewhere good and you like living there and the people you work with, I think it makes sense to stay put.
Todd McShay, you may remember him of ESPN. He now has his own platform, and he theorized on his show that Jimmy Sexton, who is the most powerful agent for college coaches, and James Franklin was a client of his. McShay said, I mentioned James Franklin is a client of his, right? Well, it left a bad taste in the mouth of Jimmy Sexton. Not a good idea. And McShay went on to say that athletic directors often need to stay aligned with Sexton, given his influence, and that may not have happened here. He also referenced tensions surrounding Penn State's stadium debt, brand negotiations, and communication involving Kraft, the AD, Franklin, and outside stakeholder issues that he claims contributed to the breakdown in relationships. McShay believes this alleged feud explains why Penn State did not move quickly Sunday, while schools like LSU, Auburn, Arkansas, Florida, and Ole Miss all filled their vacancies. And one notable candidate, James Madison head coach Bob Chesney, was hired by UCLA on Monday, although that has not been signed. I don't know if they'll have the Alex Gorsuch situation there where he was supposed to go to Arkansas and then wound up going to Auburn. But Chesney was a Sexton client, and there might have been a flight where Kraft was called mid-flight to go see Chesney, and Sexton told him, let's not do that. Chesney is going to UCLA. McShay compared Sexton's influence to that of Scott Boris's in baseball. But either way, here is Penn State, the third big school to fire their coach. We are including Virginia Tech and UCLA in that category, and they still do not have a coach on signing day. Chaos in Happy Valley, which leads me to believe that Eli Drinkwitz actually was in play for
and not a Sexton guy, so it may have opened the door even more. Like Morris. If Penn State's reaching out, they're like, who can we get? Oh, that's a Sexton guy. Well, that's it. We better what about Drink? Oh, he's not a Sexton guy. Yeah, maybe he'll play ball, which again maybe moves him up on their list. I hate the fact that one guy wields this much power, but if you're Penn State, you got to do your show prep. You got to know what you're doing there, that you're going to burn that bridge.
Yeah, I think they would be thrilled if they still had James Franklin in Happy Valley. But alas, they don't have a head coach right now where all the other gigs are filled. Jeremy Rutherford joins us every Wednesday, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And he is going to be in studio taking your two-part questions on the Blues. And Doug, he gave them a grade of F.
That hurts.
On the Athletics NHL report card. Guess who has an A+? Fine, I'll tell you. San Jose Sharks. No, San Jose Sharks.
Colorado doesn't have an A+?
No. The San Jose Sharks do, though. Edmonton
Colorado's 19-1-6. That's not an A+?
They have an A+. Yeah, I mean, when you lose one game, it's hard not to.
Yeah, 1 out of 26.
But the Blues have the F. Jeremy Rutherford giving us his answers to two-part questions. 314-399-9646. I would imagine Harrison's brother Master will have a Jordan Kyrou thought. That is coming up next. Brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. JR in studio next year on TMA 101 ESPN.
Looking for a meal idea tonight, kind of stuck in a rut. You keep making the same thing. I'm guilty of that. Kids like, tacos again? Dad, come on, bourbon for dinner? No. The idea is go to the bistro case at Schnucks and get something new that they have prepared for you. Fresh options every day, whether it's garlic chicken, sesame noodle on the side. They have all kinds of great sides to go with it. You can package it up. 2 sides and a main dish starting at $9.99. So if you're in a rut in the kitchen trying to mix it up, whether it's for lunch or dinner, let Schnucks do the creating for you. Stop by. It is right there in the deli area. You'll see the bistro case. So many different options, things that you probably wouldn't whip up at home. Let their gourmet team put that together for you. Another great option when you're shopping at Schnucks. You're already saving money. They dropped the prices on those 2,300 items. You never heard about them going back up because they didn't. You'd also get the rewards app, which means you're saving money every time you're in the store. And when you check out, get that rewards balance. That's money that's going right back to you. So you're saving money. And now some fresh ideas, whether it's for lunch or dinner, stop by the deli and check out the bistro case.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Thunder continue their winning ways. 21-1 to start the season after a 124-112 win over the Warriors. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, your reigning MVP, with 38 points. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. A gentleman named Little Jackie Papers, despondent after a tough night in South Bend, Indiana for the Tigers, is on the ones and twos. But, Doug, if you look over into our cuck corner, it's Jeremy Rutherford of The Athletic and 101 ESPN sitting right there waiting to take your two-part questions, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies.
Hello, JR.
Hello, and I shall not be associated with that corner.
The Davenport.
Oh.
JR, you gave the Blues a grade of F at the quarter mark. You get any pushback on that?
I did not, except for maybe a few comments in the comment section said, I don't know, probably a D-, and I felt like other people did. If you're lobbying for a D, it probably speaks to something because, and it's the thing. You can look big picture at the season. You can look at, individual areas of the team. You can look at underperformers. Like, to me, it all adds up to an F. But where I kind of concluded that that's what I should give him is this. If you don't agree that it's been horrific and that it's been warranted of an F, then you didn't have high expectations, and I think there were higher expectations for a lot of people.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
And the troubling thing is it might get worse with Snuggerud now out long-term, 6 weeks or so. For a team that really struggles to score, that's the last thing they need to
Yeah, it really could. And, we've seen it with the goaltending even better the past couple weeks, with the exception of the other night. The team just can't score. I think it's 10 out of 11 games, 2 goals or less. And Jim Montgomery made the comment yesterday. It was kind of under the radar. I might use it in an article in the next couple days. But Jim Montgomery said if you take out that Four Nations, this is the same type of scoring team that we saw before Four Nations. So this is who they are.
You are welcome to give your thoughts and ask your questions by texting Jeremy Rutherford for two-parters here on TMA. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in to the program. You might be surprised. Harrison's brother Master has sent this in 3 times. Doug, is that a problem?
No, that's what he does.
And he also said, who effing cares who are the Blues trading? He says, greetings, JR. No Kyrou question today. I'm convinced the Blues will never trade him. 6 more years of health bombs. Simply a guy you cannot build around. Question, why isn't anyone questioning Doug Armstrong's job security?
Well, first of all, I actually, I thought the Kyrou question was going to be coming. And how about this? Bill Guerin, the GM of the Minnesota Wild, in attendance watching that game a couple nights ago. And even though his job is to put together that U.S. Olympic team, and there were 3 players from the Anaheim Ducks that he's keeping an eye on, Minnesota has been one of the teams that has been connected to Kyrou with some interest in Kyrou. So not trying to connect those dots, saying that's why he was here to watch Jordan Kyrou, but that is one of the teams that has been mentioned. So in terms of situation Doug Armstrong, look, I don't know how more clear-cut it could be, is that it's already been set in stone how all this is going to work, and that's that Doug Armstrong is going to step down as GM after this upcoming season and hand the reins over to Alexander Steen. Now, granted, if the person's saying cut ties with Doug Armstrong, he's still going to be with the organization for the next 3 years as the president of hockey operations. At least that's what the contract says. Always some scuttlebutt about whether he would go somewhere else. Toronto is always mentioned. But Doug Armstrong will hand the team off to Alex Steen. Now, I guess a lot of people think if he's still there, how much say, of course, he's going to have a handle on Alex Steen and helping him out, get his feet wet as the GM. But he will be here, just not in that same role.
You said Guerin was here to look at Olympic players. Blues figure to have many Olympic players?
No, I think with Guerin, it's going to be the U.S. roster. Doug Armstrong obviously working with that Team Canada roster, but Guerin with the Americans, and the Blues just don't have any players in that conversation. But Anaheim did 3 of them.
But that's for America. They have like other countries going to be represented off the Blues?
A few of them. Yeah, so you'll have your Colton Prakos and perhaps Jordan Benningtons.
Yeah.
I know Robert Thomas is a guy that's been in the conversation.
Broberg in Sweden.
Broberg in Sweden, yep. Talked to him the other night about that. He said not thinking about it too much. Is that athlete speak when they tell you they're not thinking about the Olympics?
Mm-hmm. New narrative. All these players are more focused on the Olympics.
Nice.
That's what sidetracked.
Oh, is that what? There you go, Martin. There you go.
So post-Olympics, look for the bump.
Yeah. So, and especially with Alex Steen helping out with Team Sweden, you would think they'd be well aware of Philip Broberg. So that's a good call.
Broberg has been our best player. Are you surprised or concerned that there is not any contract discussions? And second part, favorite fast food restaurant to take your wife to for your anniversary?
That would be Arby's, but it was back in the day when they had the 5 for $5. You used to be able to get 5 of them. Now you can get like one Arby for like $5.15, but can't get the 5 of them like you used to. With Broberg, I did talk to his agent, Darren Ferris, the other day, and he said that no talks yet. He said that they'll engage at the proper time, and you would think, a lot of people say that that price is only going to go up, but you're right, but only so much. Like, we're not talking it's going to go from, $8 million to $12 million a year. So you're looking at 8 years if he does the max term before the new CBA kicks in, and you're looking, I would think, anywhere in that 8 to 9, maybe 10 neighborhood.
Let's see. JR, what do you make of the Blues scouting Montreal heavily last couple weeks? And do you think there will be a significant trade before the winter roster freeze?
Yeah, I really do think there could be, especially, with you saw the team get some traction. They've been better defensively. The goaltending's gotten a little bit better. They've gotten some points in games. They're taking them to overtime, but it's just not a situation where if you're Doug Armstrong, you got to believe in this team. And so I think he's going to take advantage of some of the assets that they do have and move them. I guess the key question would be, will it be guys like a Shen, like a Falk, who are kind of, in their early to mid-30s and you can move them and get something? Or are we talking about moving a Jordan Kyrou, which really kind of alters the core of this team? So I think that's going to be the big question. But, yeah, Montreal, a lot of talk with a lot of Blues personnel being at those Canadiens games.
Two-parter for JR. Do you think the team should have an ugly winter sweater, prominent winter holiday office party where they all get drunk and hit on their teammates to build team chemistry?
Oh.
And second part, do you think all these losses will pay off in March? That's from Bobby Big Wheels.
Do we have the Holloway take your shirt off?
Ooh, nice.
Calling for drops.
Calling for drops.
It's been a quiet day in the drops.
Come on, where's the
I
show
wonder if
prep?
Martin's big tuft.
I'm just saying paper's a little down with the Hoop Rock situation last night.
I shouldn't have done that with the Notre Dame loss last night. Did we mention the Notre Dame loss yet?
Oh, no, JR, don't.
Doug, what do you think about that?
There you go.
I don't think it should be called a holiday party, Mr. War on Christmas. What did you think of Benner chirping at Monty when the head coach told him to grab a saddle on Pine Pony?
That's Benner. And, yesterday we kind of hovered around his locker. He said, give me a minute. We waited him out and then had a chat with him. And you didn't know whether he was going to kind of go the route where, it's probably got the best of me thing, or would he say what he did? And I think what he did kind of shows who he is and his true character, that he really believes that in a situation like that, like his instincts led him to show that displeasure, and it didn't matter that it kind of caused a little bit of a circus because he really wanted to stay in that game. He really wanted to battle back. So I know people already have their sides on this, and they already, if you like Bennington, you're fine with it. If you don't, then you're going to have a problem with it. But I think he came out yesterday and said that we're just both competitive and we're both men, and we moved on. So I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Like, we're not talking Patrick Waugh-esque. This was just a situation, a little bit of barking, and then they move on.
I have to say, with Bennington, I was surprised at how quick. I mean, it's 2-1 game. Yeah, you're not happy with the start that Bennington gave you, but I'm sure it's humiliating in the building too to get taken out like that. I probably, I think part of Bennington, the critique now is body of work, the Ovechkin puck, and kind of sometimes he gets a little goofy, and you're like, dude, let's win some games, let's make some big stops. So I think people that are frustrated are looking at his body of work, but in that moment, I was kind of surprised, but I also appreciated Monty's honesty and said there were times earlier this year I didn't do it soon enough.
Yeah, Marty, there were times this year where he gave up a couple goals, and I thought, okay, he's going to get pulled here, and he didn't. So I think that rang true a little bit when Jim Montgomery said there's been times where I thought about it. The other thing is, it's not just Montgomery who has a say in that. I'm sure you guys went back and looked at the video, but when the camera's focused on Jim Montgomery and they're making that decision, you see Steve Ott, who's on the headset. He's got Davey Alexander, the goalie coach, and eyes in the sky, and you see Steve Ott lean over to Jim Montgomery and say something, and you got to believe that it's hey, pull him. Davey said the same thing, and that's when they made the move. So that's a decision that the staff makes, and Monty made it. But you're right, 2-1 game, 10 minutes in, it was pretty early for a change. But like Jim Montgomery said, he felt like he didn't want to regret anything.
Jeremy Rutherford is in studio with us, as he is every Wednesday. Brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark is online at evergreen-ws.com or by calling 314-889-0503. He fields your two-part St. Louis Blues questions in our Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646 or over the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jackson, can I break, or is JR in a tight schedule? What do you tell me? You boys,
We could break right there.
Okay, we'll break right now because Carlos Spicy Wiener is loaded for bear. Harrison's brother Master is back. He's now mad at Jordan Bennington more than he is Jordan Kyrou, it seems like, and we are getting millions of questions for JR, so let's go back to more. Plus, I'll go into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat on the TMA STL YouTube channel and get some questions in there. It's TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's 9:08 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Doug, am I hearing this theme song from Dallas?
I hear something.
Is
But
that
I don't know
Larry
what it's from.
Hagman's music? Patrick Duffy?
Theme from Dallas.
JR.
Bingo.
God, Martin, you guys are back. Your alliance is back.
baby.
Jeremy Rutherford is in studio taking two-parters. And JR, you're going to be at Hot Shots in Fenton?
Yeah,
Donnie
coming
Fandango
up,
and Alex Ferrario?
December 16th.
That's right.
Yep.
So a live taping of the Last Minute Blues
Correct.
podcast.
Yep.
That is coming up at Hot Shots in Fenton with our friend Jeremy Rutherford, who's in studio taking your two-part questions. And it's also part of the support effort here on 101 for Operation Food Search. Bring a canned or non-perishable food donation and score one of the brand new Last Minute Blues podcast stickers. You'll have a chance to win a signed Jordan Binnington jersey, tickets to multiple upcoming Blues home games, and even a chance to potentially play the game Good Puck, Bad Puck. Plus, Alex Ferrario, Jeremy Rutherford, and Donnie Fandango will host a live edition of the Last Minute Blues podcast featuring a few special guests you will not want to miss. Get all the details on the live Last Minute Blues pod happening on December 16th at Hot Shots Fenton now at 101ESPN.com. I mean, I'm telling you, JR, we've got two-part questions.
All right.
I mean, they are loaded up here. Carlos Spicy Wiener says, is Binnington begging to get traded at this point? And the second question is, based on reports out of Wentzville, did people in Jeffco also starve with the snowstorm making travel to fast food restaurants too tough and the lengthy DoorDash delays?
We did not starve. In Jeffco, we pack up the pantry with a lot of that, cheese, straw stuff in the can.
You're eating straw?
Yeah, there's a lot of Jack's Links packages, so the pantry is usually pretty packed, and we can get through those snowstorms. And with Binnington, with the trade, I think that this is going to be talked about more and more. I wouldn't say anything about him begging for a trade, but I think with another year left on his deal, and with the Blues looking to Joel Hofer as the heir apparent, if there's interest in Jordan Binnington, I think there's a chance that they move on. Now, his no trade clause is a modified one. There's a select number of teams that he can veto that trade to in this final year and a half, but I think that's going to be entertained and then talked about more as we go along here.
Hey, JR, if you could fire fans like this master guy into the sun for their weird obsession with putting down Jordan Kyrou, would you? And part two, what is wrong with Shen? The turnovers, the slow skating, lack of production, being on the wrong side of the puck defensively. On the ice, he has to be our least valuable forward based on time on ice and expectations. What can we do with him? Or will we keep hearing about how he's the glue and a great leader, etc., and no one will call him out? That's from the 314.
How can we fire fans? Like, I do want to fire a few over the years, but the best I can do is block them on social media. I actually did block one yesterday for the first time in months.
Did you?
Wow. Yeah, just one. It was a situation where, Jordan Binnington did the interview yesterday, right? And I recorded the video. Martin, Doug, I know all your years of video, you felt like I did a good job with that video.
Nicely done, yes.
So I put it out, and somebody responded, I hope you didn't try to get Binnington to slip up like you did Kyrou a couple years ago.
Wow. Accusation.
Yeah.
What do you call it, Papers? Bait.
Yeah, it's bait.
It's bait. Cheap pop.
So we gave him the old block Rooney. So now during games, he won't be able to see my tweets that say Blues have scored. It's 1-0. So he's going to be really out of luck when it comes to following the social media on game night. So, and then with Shen, listen, I don't know what you want me to say. Braden Shen is, mid-30s, late in his career. He's doing, I think, what you can do for this team at this stage of his career. I think he would be better on a contender. I think he'd be a good player if you put him on the third line of a team that's going to contend. Now, listen, you can talk about the production, and I'm not letting Shen off the hook here, but there are other players on this team who are paid to produce and paid to be the offensive stars of this team that aren't doing so. So is Shen part of it? Yeah. Again, not trying to defend him. I just think that if Braden Shen is your problem with this team, then I don't know that your eyes are fixated on what the real issue is.
Harrison's brother Masters back. Is Binnington really on the trade block? He's been the worst goalie in the league. What can you even get for him? Also, if you were single in St. Louis and 27 looking for love, would you only hang out with guys? That's from Harrison's brother Masters.
What do you think, Doug?
Jeez, that guy is brutal.
That's a hard no.
Papers on a Monday night with his buddies went to O.B. Clark's. Hanging with the boys. I'm like, it's a Monday night. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
That guy's a special kind of suck.
Yeah, that guy's a special kind of suck. You want to fire him into the sun?
Lucky.
No, I want everyone to live and prosper.
So that way you can expose yourself as an ass.
Right, yeah. But you don't ever. That's why I won't change his name.
So talking about firing people, don't you have that power there, Jax, to be able to fire this guy? Can he continue to send the texts in? Don't you have some power over that?
Doug's pro block.
I don't block.
Doug suspends and gives tariffs out, and then like the next day we're reading the person's text all as if it didn't happen.
Much like the Missouri Tigers closeouts, I don't block.
How about that? Can't get over what happened in South Bend.
Then you just have to deal with these people.
JR, what do you say? Is Binnington really on the block?
Well, on the block. Are the Blues trying to trade him? Are they making phone calls to trade Jordan Binnington? I don't know that that's the case. I just think that, I get messages all the time from writers. I got a couple yesterday from the Edmonton writer saying, is he available? Do you know what his no trade list looks like? Would he come to Edmonton? And, so I just think that we're going to hear more and more about it. And in terms of him not having a great year, why would other teams want him? Because he's that type of big game goalie that if you put him on a team with a defense that's playing a lot better than the Blues defense and you put him in these big games, who's to say that he can't come through and play like he has in those types of games? So I do think there's going to be interest, but I will say this, we've said this for a couple years now, teams, fan bases will be surprised by the lack of return that you get for a guy, even a successful top-notch goalie in his late 20s, early 30s. So what are you going to get for Jordan Binnington? I don't know.
JR, who is the most likely player the Blues move in the next 2 months? And second, how hard is it to do your job in Jefferson County without having the internet? That is from Arbor Day. Two-time.
They can't let the Jeffco thing go. They
see,
can't
now that's
let
a
it go.
two-time deal there. Yeah, he's a two-timer.
Yeah, it is.
I can see why. That's a great one. I think that it's going to be Shen. I think that's going to be on the move. There's interest around him in the league. I think the Blues could get something for him. I think that Justin Falk, with the way that he's playing, could probably help a team. And also, I think we could circle back to Binnington. So I think there's going to be 2 or 3 guys that we're talking about as we get closer to that trade deadline. And the internet was down for a couple days, got back up yesterday. I was able to beat the deadline just because Spectrum got her going again about 5 o'clock.
Nice.
Oh, I like that. I got her going again. Let's go into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and see what they're talking about.
Do we have to?
Yeah. Bourbon Bob is in there with KG's Jock Sniffer talking it over.
Is Bourbon Bob, is that the guy that comes home from his shift on the barge?
No, that's what's that guy? Jackson's dad, barge guy. Thank you very much.
He hasn't surfaced in a while.
We had he talked with us a week or 2 ago. What was that?
Was it?
Yeah, I think so.
You were onboarding.
It might have been. Was it?
No, he calls early.
Deep voice dude has this question for you. Did anyone watch last night's Insights with Michael Jordan segment? Another waste of time. What a flop MJ's been with NBC. JR?
Well, the only thing with MJ, Jax, did you see it? Like he's in court now, right? Like he's suing NASCAR,
right?
And he showed up to court a couple days ago in a suit that was totally 1990s.
He has a very odd sense of fashion.
Yeah.
He owns one of the most popular streetwear and sports brands in the world and dresses exactly like it's 1991.
Yeah, like the big coat, big pants.
He's an odd dresser.
Looked like he was wearing my suit yesterday at the courtroom.
A sharp look.
It's kind of a weird deal. We don't need Chuck Marlowe to call in and break it down, but they are in the court. It's Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan trying to take on NASCAR. It would be the equivalent of, the DeWitts in court trying to take down Rob Manfred in MLB. It's pretty strange.
What are they unhappy about?
The system, it's very convoluted with the charters, with the NASCAR teams, which means I don't really understand it. But they're saying it's such a bad system that they can't make enough
Seems
money.
like a great excuse to get Chuck on.
Yeah.
And I only brought this up because the people I run into in Jeffco say, can you talk more NASCAR during your segments? So
is that right? Yeah, nothing wrong with ingratiating. JR, we know you got the Last Minute Blues podcast to shoot with Alex Ferrario and Donnie Fandango, so we'll get you out of here. Thank you for the time. It's all two segments for Jeremy Rutherford as the people were loaded up with questions. The anger is perhaps at an all-time high. We've gone from apathy to anger, which I guess is a good thing. The people are at least angry. The thing is, standings-wise, it's not that far off. It's a weird deal.
Yeah, and I understand where you come from on that. And a lot of times when you are critical of the team and then you look at the standings, you say, well, should I be that critical? Because they could climb back in this thing. But then you watch what's happening on the ice, and you're talking 10 out of 11, 2 goals or less, like grade A chances. They're not burying. So you're thinking to yourself, okay, even if they win a couple, let's say they get into the wild card position this weekend, what does it really mean?
Yeah. You just don't think it's there when it's all said and done. Jeremy Rutherford with us every Wednesday, brought to you by Mark Hanna. JR, thank you so much.
Thanks, boys.
That's Jeremy Rutherford. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct has a wonderful couple of offers for TMA listeners. Take a listen to this. Now, of course, it is cold. We've had a lot of snow already. Holidays are going to be expensive. You know, you got the heating bills, and you're in the blah season. And that is exactly why Universal Windows Direct is helping homeowners beat the winter blues with a deal that's all about comfort, savings, and something to look forward to. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free with no limit. Whether you are replacing a few or doing a full home upgrade, it is a great way to stretch your budget further. Even better, you're going to get 0% interest for 60 months. That's 5 years of zero interest financing and make one of those flexible payment plans they've ever offered. And the bonus that really makes this feel like a gift, a free vacation voucher with your project. Yep, you are improving your home now, and you'll have a future trip to look forward to later. That's right. It's all from Universal Windows Direct. Call 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. New windows, lower energy bills, a future vacation, and peace of mind. That's how you beat the winter blues. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Oh, you requested this, Doug? Why?
I just like the beat.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's something that I listen to.
No percussion
frequently.
yet, but I feel like it's coming. There it is. It's TMA 101 ESPN. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Man, they were loaded for bear for that JR. I don't know why. The apathy now is at an anger level. Last couple weeks was apathy. Now I feel like Blues fans are angry. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. I'm just monitoring the fan base and the Air Comfort Service Tech Inbox.
Tim, a moment of clarity, if you got to do it. Papers, you have time for a moment of clarity?
I always do.
Okay, we were discussing Jimmy Sexton, the whole Penn State fallout with James Franklin, and then we were theorizing that maybe it's why they reached out to Drinkwitz. I got a couple of texts to my phone and then to the text line that said Drink is with Sexton. So I actually asked the Mizzou SID, and he said it's Clint Dowdle, who left the agency that used to be with Sexton, but it's clearly Clint Dowdle. So
William Morris.
Clint Dowdle is not, or is the Drinkwitz agent. Jimmy Sexton is now. A lot of people had texted that. So just a
Saying
moment.
that he was a Sexton guy?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
People
That is
texted
a
me.
misnomer, and I don't know what that's about.
And I just saw a list the other day, and it was all of the SEC people that were with Sexton, and it's not Drinkwitz. And then I was trying to further vet it, so I reached out to the Mizzou football SID, who politely wrote back and said, Coach is with Clint. He used to be with CAA. He went out on his own. So there you go.
There it is.
Clarity.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are on 101 ESPN, to the dismay of older people. And then also on the YouTube, Doug, you can watch that youtube.com/TMASTL. 249 friends have gathered in there, and they're talking it over like Bourbon Bob, C.S. Turner, 48, Bach Hog, and Bill Reloaded. So there was a Bill, but this is the Reloaded version, and they are in there talking it over, and you're welcome to watch the program and talk it over. Just subscribe to the channel and see what's doing, because Jackson and I were going to do a QFTA. When are we going to do that QFTA?
Never works for you, man.
Look at this guy.
Boy.
What else? Is that malleable? Would you call that malleable?
I was extremely malleable.
Searching for that word.
And coachable at that, too.
Yeah, you are coachable. Today probably wouldn't be a good day, though, because you're upset about the loss in South
Yeah, I'm
Bend.
down. I'm a beaten man.
You can't get over this?
What's up?
What's up? That's my favorite.
You can't get over this? This loss?
I'll be all right. Like I said, you can lose. You can't lose games in the NFL and still win, but you can lose games in college basketball and still win.
Yeah.
Billikens did win. Missouri lost, and they are on the outside looking in of the Ken Pom schedule ratings, Doug. Going into last night, their schedule was ranked 364th of 365.
That's right.
It's a problem.
That's right.
Tim, friend of the show, Chris May, texted in during our Billiken discussion and said their net ranking went up to 35 today, making progress. So the net
There you
ranking.
go.
That's great.
That is a good basketball team.
Yep.
I'm not saying that Missouri's not, Illinois is not. I'm just saying St. Louis University not being a part of the Big Ten or SEC has a real uphill climb, and that's why that buzzer beater against Stanford was a gut punch, as Josh Curt said. But to his credit, I was wondering how they would respond. I figured they had a few days off to hang out in Southern California, and they put it on Loyola Marymount in front of, what would you say, 300, 400 people?
Well, that's a pretty good crowd. It's a pretty good gathering.
Yeah. More people at the St. Gabriel 7th grade tournament.
When's that
finals.
start?
I got my PSLs, I think, March.
For grade school basketball?
Yeah.
PSLs.
Yeah.
So is that how it works? Is
They have a little backing there on the bleacher.
You have like a league, and then there's like tournaments throughout the winter as well.
That's correct.
Are they giving NIL checks to 7th graders now?
Yeah, it's important to try to get the kids that that Epiphany used to produce and bring them over to St. Gabriel's. I mean, you had Mike Shannon over there, back in the day. Epiphany, a breeding ground of star basketball players, kind of like light-hitting middle infielders from San Pedro de Macorís.
Right.
So now that NIL fund at St. Gabriel's is really starting to churn. This was in 10-1, which would mean Martin would miss it, but I need Martin's commentary on it. Jackson, I enjoy seeing this in the Stiefel dossier, and it's something that is is something that I need some opinions on. DoorDash driver caught, because DoorDash JR caught a lot of heat for DoorDash in his segment, was caught shoving stray chicken wings back into a takeout container after it plopped onto the concrete, then licking the sauce off his fingers as he sauntered away, all without warning the customers. The disgusted Florida customer, Doug, I don't know if you know her name's Trina Brown.
Sure, Brownsy.
Shared the damning Ring camera footage with WJXT television shortly after their delivery driver horror story at their home on Sunday. So there is video of it taking place. The chicken wings fall on the ground. The driver licks his fingers, puts them back in the box, and then delivers them. According to the article in the New York Post, the driver tries to shimmy the stack of food out of his DoorDash branded insulated bag, but a container of boneless wings topples to the ground. Are boneless wings the same as tenders? Go.
They're really just
Pretty
chicken
much.
nuggets. They're just sauced chicken nuggets.
And not really chicken either, right? Smashed chicken together.
Oh, it's like rib meat. Yeah, the video is really, really funny because he slowly takes it out, and the wings are the only thing to fall, and they fall face first onto the ground.
Does it surprise you that he picked them up?
And then he picks them up, licks his fingers, and then there's a little sauce on the ground, so to make sure no one would know, he like stamps his foot on the sauce to scrape off the sauce.
The cover-up's always worse than the crime.
But the ring cam, like you can see ring cameras, they're pretty big. So if you see that happen, you just got to be like, hey, you got to look into the ring camera and say, I'm so sorry. If you want, I can leave these here. That's awful. I'll put it there. You got to like do something. The ring camera's huge. Like you got to see that.
But does it surprise you that things like that happen?
No, because
if you're having someone deliver food to you, you take your chances.
Yeah, agreed.
So you do not get like pizza delivered?
Pizza's about the only thing. Even then, I'd rather go get it.
I agree.
I don't trust people.
I never get anything delivered ever.
And your age group lives on
I know. I'd never understand. A, I like driving, but B, like I just can't fathom paying, because DoorDash, all those places, they charge you. Like the delivery fee
That's a hit, baby.
It's no joke, and then you absolutely should tip. So you like to add an extra, even if it's just like $8 or $9, I can't. That's another meal in my mind.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, it's everywhere now. The DoorDash, the Uber Eats. I went into that Dave's Hot Chicken in DePere yesterday. The kids
I want to try that.
Kids wanted to try
I love
it out.
Chuck's, Martin.
And I've
Chuck's
not
Hot
been to
Chicken.
Chuck's. I need to go to Chuck's, but I'm standing in line. I've got my little ticket number, and I'm the only customer within a 10, 15-minute window that had gone to the register, purchased something, and had a ticket waiting for. But there are 4 or 5 people that walk in standing next to me. They're all waiting for delivery. They're all DoorDash, they're all Uber. You know, it's weird, the model. And I think a lot of it is younger people like you, Papers, that are doing it that way. And then you look at the pricing, like, wow, you're adding.
It's crazy. I've never,
just throwing money away for, I guess, especially if it's cold maybe, or roads are hazardous, but it's become such a popular
So the
thing.
other night, like when it was really freezing, that was the only time I've ever even like fathomed it. And then
So you've never had food delivered?
I've never used DoorDash or
I haven't either.
Or Uber Eats, or I've never used those services. I used to work for Postmates in college.
Oh, wow.
But
did you ever lick your fingers after eating food off the floor?
He did. I'm already telling you, something happened. There was a facial reaction that came off involuntarily when you asked the question.
I think I've told the story before, but I'll say I did the last delivery I made, because after this I decided to shut it down, was some Chinese restaurant. There was this fish dish that was full. It was like extra fish sauce with it, and it was oozing out of the bag. And it was in Columbia. There's not many long drives, but this was like a 20-minute drive to this place, and it smelled so bad. I mean, it was the worst smelling dish of all time. I was basically driving with my head out the window. It smelled so bad, and the guy tipped me $1, and I said, I'm done.
That's it. I bet if you're in the business, if you're one of the drivers, you're not very likely to order and have someone deliver you your food. After the things that you would see and you've been through.
I mean, and I only did it for like a month, but like 95% of the time, it's you just pick up the food, take it to the person, drop it off, and they seal up the bag so that you can't sneak a fry or take a sip of the soda pop.
Oh,
but
The soda pop.
I'm sure it happens. If you can imagine it, it's probably
Of
happened.
course. It happens at restaurants.
I was going to say, if you go to a fast food restaurant and you sit down or go to the drive-thru, there's also a concern what may or may not have taken place.
Some restaurants are careful about which ones they use because if they're using a bad service.
Reflection on them. That's correct. You're exactly right. Fun fact, guys: Grubhub Premium is free if you're an Amazon Prime member.
Is that right?
That's from Average Size Shabangas.
Okay.
Was it B cup? Yeah, that's great to hear.
That's interesting. I like deals. If someone I'm not opposed to. I don't have a moral obligation to getting food delivered to me. It's just really expensive.
Martin in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, now that we've talked about Dave's Hot Chicken, your experience, and me being a fan of Chuck's, but having not gone to Dave's yet, you having not gone to Chuck's yet, we have warring Dave's versus Chuck's takes in here.
Well,
some people love Chuck's, some people love Dave's.
I'll be polite and say, having gone to Dave's, I'm willing to try Chuck's.
Wow.
Chicken wings on the potty.
Not that. It just wasn't my thing. I'm sure it's wildly popular. Good on you. Nobody in the family cares.
I think Nashville hot chicken in general is overdone. I think way too many places are doing it.
Really? How many? I didn't know that a lot of places were doing it.
Oh, yeah. You go anywhere. It's like a Nashville hot chicken sandwich. And
but you're not talking about specialty places like Chuck's and Dave's.
Just like
somebody's doing it. They're just making a spicy chicken sandwich.
Just like a few years ago, if you went to a Mexican restaurant, everybody started doing birria tacos. And I like birria tacos, but if you're not doing it right, it just doesn't taste all that good. It's a lot of salt.
And now they've expanded outside of just the sandwich or the chicken proper. I currently have a bottle of Nashville hot chicken ranch in my fridge.
Oh.
And there's Nashville hot flavored chips. It's
super hot and spicy?
I don't think so, but I have a spicy tongue.
Oh,
put that off.
Gosh.
You're a salty little fella, aren't you?
Put that off.
What's a rob off means?
What heat level do you get from Chuck's, boy? That's from Hoosier Daddy. Doug, what heat level?
The last thing I want is hot, spicy food. It's horrible.
God, I love it. I might have to go to Chuck's today.
Why do you want your mouth on fire? What do you get from that?
There's a level where it adds some flavor, and then if you cross the level where it becomes uncomfortable, then you're signing up for hell.
And I'm just telling you, if you were to do the sneaker Mount Rushmore French fries, Chuck's is on there.
Oh, the crinkle cuts, right?
And we're talking Chuck's and Fenton?
No, that's Fenton Bar and Grill.
With a guy named Chuck.
With a guy named Chuck.
And
Chuck
I like
Nash.
I'm a big fan of
his work.
Yes. And
those tenders, the trash tenders from Fenton Bar and Grill. This is Chuck's Hot Chicken, separate location. I believe there are a few in St. Louis. The one I go to is on Manchester.
Is it the Maplewood one?
It's where St. Louis Wing Company used to be.
That's correct.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace, King.
King?
The best chicken wings in the world.
And they had so many varieties.
Ooh, spicy tongue. That's from Trade Herrera.
Trade Herrera.
Doug, I get a 3 at Chuck's. That's from the Sun Launcher. I get a 3 as well, Sun
I don't
Launcher.
want anything hot.
1 is basically not spicy. 5 is pack a lunch, brother. You're going for a ride.
There was an Indian restaurant in Colombia that used to do
Native American.
Indian. Real Indian.
Thank you, Doug.
Have fun with your Twitter apology.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. That would have spice levels 1 through 25. And I was like, what's the difference between the 10th spice level and the 11th? And so I would order it, and I found out.
Marketing.
It's like hot ones?
It was so hot, your tongue felt like it was going to fall out onto the table.
That?
Not me. I didn't.
Who finds that to be a satisfying meal?
If I brought in some hot chicken, Doug, would you do a TMA hot ones with me?
Ooh.
I don't like that stuff. No.
We can wash it down with a peanut butter mayo sandwich. You'll be all right.
I can see your forehead getting real red during that moment.
I just don't understand how anyone could really like that.
Oh, how about this? My buddy runs the Rock Hill and O'Fallon location. We can set up a tasting. I'll bring it to the studio.
There we go.
2, 3 is hot. Kevin McGrain runs it. That's from the 407.
Who is Kevin McGrain? Why is he chirping?
He's an Irish guy, so we might let him in. I mean, I hope that doesn't
these
come
guys suck. Begging for food already.
Charlie Marlowe, AI.
Papers with the drop of the day. Haven't been that many, but that was the drop of the day. That was clearly.
Al in Dadeville has just released the Mount Rushmore French fries, Doug. He's getting ready for the SEC championship game that he does not want his team to play in. He has released Max fries. Boy, I like that Max.
Yeah, like that rip fries.
Yeah. Zaxby's fries, but from 2009. Doug, do you remember the 2009 Zaxby's?
Hell no. No.
Chuck's fries got on there. And then Shake Shack fries. I feel good about the Mount Rushy, Doug. That's from Al in Dadeville. And he loves Georgia.
Okay.
Hates that they're playing in the SEC championship game.
Well, if you're rating fries, if you had fries from all over town, you're probably a fat ass.
Wow.
French fries and gravy, sir.
Doug is getting a little feisty. Get this man some chicken and broccoli stat.
Yes.
Talk sports, not hot chicken.
Jack, get out of here. Yeah, scram.
Scram.
The crinkle cut from Shake Shack is elite.
For heaven's sake.
I like that take. That's a take I can
really
get behind.
good.
Yeah.
Shake Shack, a little pricey.
Boy, is it ever.
Yeah,
a
for
little
sure.
pricey.
But so is Five Guys. Like, if you're looking
And
for...
Dave's is where Five Guys
Replace
used to
Five
be.
Guys in the
Really?
pair.
Okay. By the mall?
Across from the mall, there's
Okay.
a Schnucks right there.
Yeah.
That's
Big
why I just go
Schnucks.
to the bistro case. I don't need
Right. Leslie, the pool supply place right there.
that's more on the Manchester storefront.
Bring KFC wedges back full time.
That's from Trade Herrera.
Agreed.
Why are we trading Herrera? Jeez.
Can't.
Too many. What do we got? I got
good,
something
dude.
from
Look at
Chairman
this.
Curt. What do you got? Jeff Ablin is on hold.
Oh,
is
is
this
that
a
right?
surprise guest? Because if so, the surprise is out.
Is this when he says, "Oh, gotcha"?
Jeff Ablin is with us on the Callier and Thompson
What a
phone line. He's friend of the
treat.
program. Morning, Jeff.
Good morning, fellas. How are we?
Oh, we're fine.
What a treat this is.
Formal.
What a treat this is. And Martin, no, this is not a boom gotcha. I can promise you that.
Always a little
Listen, I
nervous.
know you guys are real busy.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that.
So real quick, I just want to let you guys know and give a shout out to Design Air.
God
My
bless.
wife and I, we got a house here, kind of Clayton U City, kind of divide.
Doug thinks that's a humble brag.
God, sure is. Central Corridor.
Yeah, it's not, Ladue, Jackson, but, it gets the job done. But anyway, so.
A house
anyway,
that
long
just
story
gets the
short,
job done.
we're looking to, just kind of take care of some stuff and, get everything going for the winter and whatnot. And Tim, as you always say, it's about supporting the sponsors,
Amen.
and that is the name of the game. And so anyway, long story short,
Too late.
we get in touch with Design Air. They come out yesterday to take a look at the furnace and fine tune everything. And as I'm exiting to go to work, I'm backing out and I hit this snowbank on the right side, and I am stuck in between like the road and my driveway. And so the Design Air guy is coming up because he's going to go in our garage and, just to pick the furnace because it's obviously downstairs. And so anyway, he's like, "Oh my gosh, man, are you okay? Do you need some help?" So again, long story short, this guy, Anthony Womack, a good Samaritan, a gentleman, and a scholar, he takes it upon himself to get the shovel, start kind of shoveling me out, and he says, "Okay, push forward." And if nothing's doing, he goes, "Okay, push backward." Then he starts shoveling more, then shoveling more. We're going back and forth 10, 15 minutes, and he finally gets me out. And I just thought that was just so impressive. I didn't say, "Hey, can I get some help?" He literally just offered, and I was just like, "Man, that's great." And then he went in, they took care of the furnace, in and out, put the booties on, as Martin and Doug like to say, and they did a fantastic job. So just wanted to give a big shout-out to Anthony Womack.
Oh, all right, Anthony. Nice going.
Anthony,
The helpful Anthony. Not
he
the bold and daring Anthony.
Very helpful.
What was he? Sexy? Can we get a description there?
Yeah,
Just helpful.
like a 5 o'clock shadow, maybe.
I'm going to pass on that. He was very nice. But it was funny because I was trying to think like, "Oh my God, am I going to get the silver fox? Am I going to get Adam?" So I kind of was.
It's HVAC roulette.
It's like trading cards.
Well, it's funny because yesterday we mentioned Brian, and that's who sold me the HVAC unit and came up with a great plan. Doug mentioned him and called him highly regarded, and then Brian from Designer texted me and said, "Highly regarded, we got to do better, Martin."
Yeah, see, I felt like that was going to undersell him. Yeah.
So we got to be careful with these descriptions. Wow, this Ablin, he really paints a story.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, he does, yeah.
He's a journalist.
Yeah, there you go.
And
So
you like,
anyway, I'll let
hey,
guys get
Jeff,
back
you like
to
a
it.
dry rub, is that right?
Oh, I'm a gentleman who enjoys a very nice dry rub.
You're a gentleman who enjoys a dry rub.
Right there. Look at that.
It's like he's here.
Well, all right, boys. Well, cheers, and you guys keep up the terrible, great work, and I'll catch you guys later.
Thank you, Jeff. There he is.
All
He's
right,
supporting
then.
the sponsors.
Love that, Jeff Ablin.
Look at that.
He should do voiceover work.
Why, he really should.
He has outstanding. It's like a real old school, like 1940s ad man kind of voice. You know.
Would have been a great game show host.
Yeah, or like when Doug says, "Can I get a quote slugger?" Like I think he'd be so good at that.
How about a quote slugger?
Barton, you can tell us a little bit more about Design Air. Jeff Ablin just had a wonderful experience.
Yeah, I have the reliable Brian, the hardworking Brian. Come on, he was dashing. Came out, put the bid together. We worked together on what model made sense, and then he followed through when the team was out there the day of the installation. And I'll tell you, we do talk a lot about sports, on occasion, I should say, and about great teams and what makes a good team, the chemistry. And you can just tell from Design Air, from Seth all the way down, everybody that's working there enjoys working for the company. It's part of their dedication to getting it right. You can just tell that they're happy employees. That's such a key factor, especially these days, finding a great team. And that's what Design Air is all about. We're super pleased with the HVAC unit they installed, especially as cold as it's been. Now things are running perfectly thanks to Design Air. You can find out more online, set up an appointment, maybe a tune-up. Never hurts during the winter season to have them come out, just do a little checkup, a little tune-up. Sometimes it could be a filter gone bad. Maybe there's some kind of vent issue you're not even aware of. Have the great team from Design Air come out. Get online. It's designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air sponsor the email of the day, which is coming your way in about an hour. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com, giving away tickets to Guns N' Roses as our prize for the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Those tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. You can learn more at 101ESPN.com. The concert August 16th at Busch Stadium. Perhaps the coach of Eli Drinkwitz's most signature win in his tenure at Missouri is out. Breaking news. We'll have that for you in a matter of moments here on TMA.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. In a stunning move last night, the LA Clippers announced that they are severing ties with the point guard himself, Chris Paul, longtime Clipper, and they are sending him home to Atlanta, where Chris Paul announced that on his Instagram, at about 2 a.m. this morning. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Was this Dexter Fowler's walk-up in 2016?
I don't know.
I played it too late.
Tim.
He says chicken wings and fries. We don't go on dates.
Yeah. Is this Future?
Mm-hmm.
And this is Drake?
I just don't know, Tim.
And he likes Louis? What does he get at Louis? Does he get the chicken?
Isn't that chicken?
Oh, that chicken.
And don't they have some sort of gnocchi dish that's just like a giant piece of gnocchi?
I mean,
Don't say gnocchi dish.
What do you mean?
I didn't like the
What would you prefer me to say? You like gnocchi?
No, not really.
Should have said it a third time. Yeah. CMA 101 ESPN, programs on YouTube. That's where John Scores is talking to Bourbon Bob and MD 2020. You can watch the program. See my Steamers hoodie.
Oh, yeah. Sharp.
Yeah, it's a sharp look.
Stiefel cap, sharp as well.
Thank you. I deep teased this, and then you guys immediately thought I was talking about Josh Heupel, the coach of perhaps Eli Drinkwitz's most signature win, and his tenure at Missouri is out. Josh Heupel's a good guest. I would say you can make a case for the Kansas State win. Chris Kleiman has decided that he is going to retire as the Kansas State football coach, and his replacement is going to be a former K-Stater, Colin Klein, who is currently the offensive coordinator at Texas A&M. Kleiman had a kind of a meltdown press conference following K-State's last regular season game. And so he is stepping down, another retirement at the age of 58. Mike Schilt's age, Martin, was I right on this? Is he 58, 56?
He's right, a little younger, 57 maybe.
So he had been the head coach for the last 7 seasons in Manhattan. They had won 8 or more games 5 times and made a bowl game in 6 of 7 seasons. He won 4 national titles at North Dakota State in 5 seasons. Klein is only 36, and he's currently the offensive coordinator at Texas A&M, and he is a K-State god. He was their quarterback in the Big 12. So he's a Heisman Trophy runner-up that year in 2012. And he's in the Ring of Honor at Bill Snyder Family Stadium. And Martin, you said the Bill Snyder Coaches Show is one of the most electric pieces of television.
Used to be on Sunday nights on the old Fox Sports Midwest. You'd look up there at the old 2 Fox, and there was Fox Midwest, and Bill Snyder was sitting with his legs crossed, kind of like that praying mantis look that Frank DeFord always had at the end of Real Sports. And they'd bring in, welcome in, it's the Bill Snyder Show. And Coach, how are we? I'm good, thank you. And they were off.
He was never a real pleasant fellow, was he?
I don't know that he was unpleasant. I would say not real lively.
I believe the cat covered him somehow, I guess when the cat was in Kansas City for a brief time. Yeah, and I think he made reference to some electric dealings with the former head coach.
I've seen interviews with him where he really came off as bitter and angry at the world.
Is that right?
Not the cat. Bill Snyder.
Congrats to Penn State for being passed by K-State now and USF in their coaching hiring process. Athletic Director Pat Kraft is trending towards being the next chair of the playoff committee. That's from Al in Dadeville. He can't believe what's going on at Penn State.
I bet they can't believe it either. They're sitting on top of the world one moment and can't get anyone to go there to coach the next.
Chairman Curt has just texted into the text inbox knowing that that's the only way I'm going to see it, which is amazing because he probably texted my phone, and he did. And it says, Curt with a C is on hold and has a bone to pick with us. And although he spells his name wrong, he seems trustworthy. That's the accurate analysis there, Chairman?
Yeah. I don't usually trust Kurtz with a C. But
was that Curt Ford with the Cardinals and Ozzie Smith dove over him? Am I right on that?
I think so. Curt Flood.
He's a C.
Curt with
and
a
he
C.
slipped in Game 7 in '68.
Yeah, he did.
It's not as bad as Jeff.
C.
Yeah, he is. All right. Well, if Chairman Curt trusts him, we trust him. Good morning, Curt with a C.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I don't have a bone to pick with you guys. I have a bone to pick with CBC.
Take that, Mike. The right place.
All right. What do you got?
Well, a couple months ago, I called in. I was just kind of disappointed that the 4 Fox and the 2 Fox were, grooming the St. Louis audience with CBC Sports. I noticed that CBC lost a playoff game to Jackson. What was it, a couple weeks ago?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Yeah, that is correct. Thank you for sharing that score from, 2 weeks ago? Yes, they went to Jackson. They were trailing 31-7, Doug, and then made a crazy comeback, but lost at Jackson. They call
That's right.
They call it the Pit. Yes, Curt with a C. I'm sorry. What is the beef?
Once again, I noticed that we're covering CBC like it is the flagship school of St. Louis. I don't get it. I don't know if this is kind of a payola thing where they're paying the news stations. I don't know if Doug's getting kickbacks at Channel 4 for this.
I don't work there. Hadn't since August of 2021.
And I think, to be fair, Curt with a C, this is not really for me to address, although I am an alum, because it's Metro, whatever, Channel 4
Metro
has.
Boomin.
Channel 4 has the
Parkway North.
other channel
Vikings.
called the
Midwest Matrix.
Midwest Matrix. They do a lot of some sport, and they carry CBC football. So that you may want to direct your anger towards Doug.
But then, a couple weeks after I called, I noticed that you guys, I guess, you didn't really have anything to cover, so you guys decided to go out and cover some kicker from CBC. It's like, it's time to do a feature on a guy from CBC. They can kick a football. Ooh. And I'm guessing the next step is to send an entire media team to cover the Heisman ceremony to see if Jeremiah Love wins. So
he's got my vote.
Right. Well, but I just thought, it's just how much money is CBC paying for all this?
We go to where the stories are, and that's Justin Gage's son you're talking about, who is a star in the making. Justin Gage, former star at Mizzou.
I was a big Justin Gage fan back in the day. His son's great. I just was curious.
What's your squad, Curt with a C? Who are we undercovering? Because these are like the emails I get at work, Tim.
You think this might be a SLU gentleman, a D-Smet gentleman, Chaminade?
No, I'm going to say none of the above.
What high school did you go to, Curt?
There you go.
There you go. I went to public school in Franklin County.
Oh, you Hoosier.
Doug.
Get him off the station.
Doug also went to public high school. But Franklin County, let's help me out here now. That's out there.
Washington?
No, not Washington.
Well, tell us.
It's not going to, Sullivan.
Sullivan, okay. I love Sullivan. The Fighting Knights.
So a couple more things here before I get... No, the Eagles.
Fighting Eagles.
They're not fighting, but... So... You got me off.
Well, you're the one who's upset with a specific high school, so I thought then it's only fair to vet if you have a personal beef, like maybe they beat your squad in the playoffs. Because sometimes it's personal. Tim, like the email I got on Sunday night that was hopping mad that we didn't mention the 2 teams from Missouri still alive in the state tournament, and the emailer said, I guess if it's not CBC, it doesn't get covered.
Oh, wow.
So the response was, well, let's see here. Kirkwood played Platte County on Friday, and we had coverage of that. Lift for Life played in Kansas City on Saturday. We had video of that. We were at Pattonville's game on Saturday. We drove to Herman on Sunday for St. Mary's. But other than that, I said, great point. Great email. Thank you. Okay.
Hey, is this, I saw this on Jason Tatum's Wikipedia. Now, you tell me if this is true or not. Is it true that he was going to go to CBC, but his mom didn't think that he would get a very good education there, so she sent him to Chaminade?
Well, this is my kind of caller.
So now we're getting material that would be from a guy who went to SLU or Chaminade, but actually didn't.
But is that true? Is that a true story?
His dad coached there.
That is correct.
But, he was all like, hey, I want to go be a cadet or whatever, it's Spartan or whatever it's called. And his mom's like, no.
Spartan, whatever.
We aim higher in this family.
Well, we'll have to get Mrs. Tatum on.
That's according to Wikipedia. Tatum wanted to play under his father, the head basketball coach at CBC, but his mother preferred Chaminade, so Tatum would still work hard on academics.
Ow!
Boy, that's got a sting.
Is Chaminade considered that much higher academically than CBC?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think there's more of a backstory there since mom and dad were not, I believe, together at the time. And so dad was coaching at one place. I don't know. So I'm not gonna get involved in their personal family business. But you stick with that narrative if it fits your narrative, Curt, with a C.
One last thing.
Wow.
Got lots of questions, Curt, for a guy from Sullivan.
So, like, you hear about all the great athletes that come from CBC, and it's true. I guess it's kind of like a trade school. So, who is like the most important like academic figure to come out of CBC? Like somebody who's done something important in science, business,
Bommeritos, maybe
other than sports. Oh, selling cars. Okay.
Does that count?
I guess.
Yeah, that's an empire there.
Built like $1 billion empire.
That's an empire. I'll tip my cap there.
To the business acumen worked out all right. I think the most prominent guy right now is that Mark Hertling, Lieutenant Colonel, who is on all the talk shows talking about military endeavors.
That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah. I have a new read on Curt with a C. He actually didn't go to Sullivan. He's doing a bit now.
I am not doing a bit. I am genuinely like I'm genuinely floored sometimes how often I see CBC pop up on my television. It's unreal. And so I just wondered if there was some kind of payola thing involved.
No payola on this side. I don't know the arrangement that the Midwest Matrix has with CBC. I'm not aware of that.
Doug, whenever Feldman is doing like a sports report, do you like
Brian Feldman? He was there.
How far back are we going?
About a decade.
You phone into his IFB and like say, okay, give the CBC score.
I don't. No, I'm not a CBC guy. Kirkwood here.
Seems to have a real beef. Did you apply and not get in? Did you get kicked out? What is the particular bent?
I live nowhere close to CBC. Could never have gone there. But like I said,
what's going on now in the background?
Gerbil squealing.
It looks like a propane truck is going by me.
Okay,
yeah, it's some
you are out in the woods.
All right.
Wow. But anyway, thanks for the call, guys. I appreciate it. Love the show.
Okay, thank you.
That's Curt.
Get that septic tank cleaned out.
Curt is cheering on Curt with a C.
You can just stop the vote. He wins December.
He wins the December Listener of the Month. Wow.
Seem to be really bothered by all things CBC. Their games were on Midwest Matrix, which does all the Mizzou stuff as well.
There probably are other people who share that opinion, why CBC gets so much attention.
Well, the football team's been largely good, but last year there was way more DeSmet coverage because they were better.
This guy's the best caller since Caller Adam. That's from Peter Gozinia, Doug. Caller Adam, I know, is your favorite.
No.
I am all for reminders about CBC grads' place in the St. Louis hierarchy, but if you went to Sullivan, there's a 95% chance you're ringing up the CBC grads' big Gulf fountain drinks on their way to that day's ditch digging job. That's from Carlos Spicy.
So
everybody took a hit.
When we were playing CBC once in basketball, imagine I was sitting on the bench, and for whatever reason, we were right by the CBC student section. And they just start making fun of me and grilling me right on the bench. I was like, I'm not even playing. What the hell did I do? They're a nice hair, idiot. I was like, oh my god.
So you have a fed
lot of good people I know. A lot of good people I know from CBC.
The guy that created the comic strip Mother Goose and Grimm.
That's
Pulitzer Prize winner.
Mike Peters, who went to grade school with my mom at Mary Queen of Peace.
How about that?
Mike Peters, yeah, he's a great, famous alumnus.
Where are these Hoosiers calling from that propane tanks are just loudly driving by? Good Lord, these Festuses. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. This guy is an Arby's hostess. You can hear the Hoosier in his voice. That's from Steven Time.
You need a hostess at Arby's?
Yeah, maitre d's at the nicer ones.
Yeah. To get set down.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And get your teeth all nice and pretty for the holiday season with Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. I was texting with Dr. Brandon Pryor yesterday. He is a good man who runs a fine business, advertising with TMA now for a few years. And you can get Invisalign there with $1,000 off just by mentioning my name. 100 West Dental is on Manchester in Baldwin. You don't even need to make a phone call to get in. Just go online at 100westdental.com. Check the calendar. and check availability, and you book right then and there. No dental insurance, not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com, and they have that offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. 100westdental.com. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. All right, Doug, you wanted this. Us.
Oh, nice. I see what he did.
What, a
there.
Grammy? Nominated.
I don't believe so, but
TMA 101 ESPN. You can watch it on YouTube. There's a TMA STL channel. And at some point, little Jackie Papers and I are going to do a QFTA this week. So you can send in questions, preferably erotic stories, but we'll take questions. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. And hold us accountable. I mean, really get into it. It doesn't have to be sports related at all. And we'll do that. Man, what do we do? Maybe tomorrow?
Sure.
Got the Hubbard holiday party tomorrow at 3.
Kind of work out.
Yeah, that'll be good.
No reason to go home and then go out to it. You might as well stick around.
There you go. So that means we'll do a 4-hour QFTA?
3.5. Yeah.
Nice. So we do 4 hours of TMA, 4 hours QFTA, and then we go out and we have ourselves a little nip of the cooking, Jerry.
Yeah, and then we do a walk and talk right after that.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yep. Just figure it out.
You ever do a walk and talk, Doug, for your socials?
Yeah. When it's 24 degrees outside.
Just strolling down the sidewalk, spitting hot takes.
And that's what Bill Simmons popularized?
Yeah, I don't know if he popularized it, but he certainly loves doing it. In Entourage, they would always have walk and talk, so it was like their big thing. It's always walking and talking, which are apparently hard to shoot.
Talking about what?
Well, that's a television show, it's scripted, but Bill Simmons will do it. We'll just start giving like NBA trade takes while walking.
For heaven's sakes. No, I haven't done that, but maybe I should start.
Like people do like the walking bet. I've heard that's a popular thing. Like giving out a couple of picks while walking.
For a while on TV, the consultants would tell us, have movement in your stand-ups, which is like a walk and talk, I guess.
I remember that.
You couldn't just stand there for 10 seconds and
so like what, you
say
would
something.
Stroll back and forth to the news desk?
You had to be walking or pointing at something. And back here behind me, you see the
it was
courthouse.
on my resume reel that landed me. I hope it doesn't come off as a humble brag, my job in Little Rock. Yeah, that's probably like when Ablin brought up this house in Clayton.
Right.
And I was interning, Doug, for the great Rich Gould, who said, if you come in here again wearing a tie that's as big as my prostate, I'll kick you right on out.
Oh.
Yeah, he thought the knot was too big.
Was it really?
Well, I mean, I don't know what his prostate is, but he said it was voluminous.
Oh.
And I brought in my resume reel, and it had a walk and talk at the old Hearn Center, Jackson. I think it was at a Missouri-Nebraska game. Was that Danny Nee?
I don't know who it was.
And Rich goes, "No, look at Junior with the walk and talk." Yep. Well, that got me to Arkansas.
Did it really?
Any other questions?
Was that before or after you got relegated to be, like, could you do many walk and talks when you got relegated to the sports office to your
Tough spot. I
broadcast?
wasn't allowed to be on air because the general manager thought I was making subtle references to self-pleasure in my sportscast.
Oh. And then you get hit with the prostate thing with the tie.
The prostate thing preceded the self-pleasure subconscious references.
You can't just look at a man and tell what size his prostate is, can you?
Clip that off. I like that market president John Kioski was walking right by.
I hope you heard that one.
Gosh, darn it, my prostate.
I mean, if you're heavy set, does that mean it's bigger?
Maybe we should do that. Like, we'll have like 8 guys come in, and then you guess the size. You'll be like, oh, golf
How
ball.
are we going to know for sure?
Well, they'll tell it. They'll have a scan of some sort.
I see.
Caller Curt's attacks on CBC have led to a response that I believe is serious from what I would gather is a CBC alum. Boy, we're in the crosshairs, Doug. You're a pioneer. I'm a junior Billiken.
Right.
Jackson's Horton Watkins. He looks down on us both.
Yeah.
I'm surprised someone from Sullivan can even spell CBC. I hate to pile on, but Kenny G is stopping by CBC this morning to talk to the band players. And how about Tony Novelli, the oil company executive who donated all the property CBC is currently sitting on? And Mark Hertling is a 3-star general, not a lieutenant colonel, was the captain of the water polo team at West Point. Unfortunately for Sullivan, CBC was in the state finals 7 of the last 10 years and 15 of the last 10. Oh, no.
Oh, that math doesn't work.
That's going to... I, for one, think they've got a pretty good thing going.
Oh,
sick.
Gosh.
The crosshairs here. And now he has corrected 5 of the last 10 because I have a feeling people are immediately texting in they won 15 of the last 10.
Circling back to the prostate thing, Doug.
Yeah.
It says that factors like obesity, lack of exercise, and erectile dysfunction can increase your risk of your prostate enlarging.
Oh, really?
Keep that in mind when you're picking the prostate.
Oh. Okay, I'll try not to get heavy set.
I'll tell you what doesn't work using the walk and talk method, movie reviews. I heard one wheeze. A high-pitched boy was walking what sounded like a wind tunnel in the streets of Fallujah during the Iraqi war. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
I gave it my best effort. I thought that'd be a good
wheezing
bit.
just by walking?
I wasn't wheezing. By the end of it, I was walking uphill back towards my home, and I've been walking for like a good 45 minutes. And the uphill, I was maybe a little out of breath while trying to spit some takes. And no, it didn't go great, but I thought it was a nice kinetic podcast.
Don't say kinetic podcast.
What does that even mean? I don't know what that means.
I mean, a guy your age can walk for 45 minutes without being worn out.
I wasn't worn out.
Well, why were you wheezing so badly?
I was talking the whole time. So, like when you're going uphill, uphill and talking the whole time, you might sound a little out of breath. I wasn't like huffing and puffing. Like I could barely get words out.
All right. Yeah, I'm concerned.
I'll put my stamina up against the next guy whenever you want.
If you want to put your stamina on the line, you can go to 5 Iron Golf and do so in Ball Strike. 13 TrackMan simulators for you at 5 Iron Golf in Clayton on Forsyth. They have iconic courses, including Pebble Beach, St. Andrews, and Bethpage Black. 5 Iron Golf in Clayton has 200 world-class courses. Rain or shine, no dress code, just golf. I love it at 5 Iron Golf. I've taken my family there. They have a restaurant. They have a bar. And it is a perfect place to practice, relax, or hang out for social events. Great place for a holiday party as well. They have memberships, and that includes your free golf every day, discounts on food, drinks, lessons, leagues, and even club fitting. It's only $169 per month. It is well worth it if you want to make sure you can play during the cold weather months and practice when the weather warms up. 5irongolf.com, located at 8015 Forsyth Boulevard from 6 a.m. to midnight. Perfect spot. Great place for TMA listeners who love the game. You can play, you can practice, you can just hang out and have libations. 5 Iron Golf. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at approximately 10:45, in which we are going to give away 2 tickets to Guns N' Roses. Those tickets going on sale Friday at 10 a.m. Learn more at 101ESPN.com. The concert is August 16th. At Busch Stadium, and it is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, Missouri, it is happening. FanDuel Sportsbook is live and ready to roll in the Show Me State, and they're celebrating with a little something for everyone. All this week, every customer gets a no-sweat bet every day. That's right, no matter what you're betting on, if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back to keep the action going. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or whatever you're into, you can bet it all on an app that is safe, secure, and built for every kind of fan. The interface is quick, the payouts are fast, and the experience is top tier. Jackson Burkett gave you Orlando on Monday. Unfortunately, the Magic not able to cover, so you're bouncing back here. What are you going to give the people to bounce back in bonus bet week?
You know, Martin, I said for the Thursday night game tomorrow, Cowboys and Lions, the over. I love that play as
54
well.
54
and a half. And FanDuel has that 50% profit boost on that play. So if you bet that right now, plus 137. You get that plus 137. Love getting plus money on over or under. So I like that play a lot.
All right, there it is. Jackson's official recommendation, just like Martin's, over 54 and a half for the Lions and Cowboys tomorrow night. So download FanDuel or visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook now, live in Missouri. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Opt-in required each day. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $20. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Doug, you like this?
Not really. Not really. He was one of the worst head coaches in NFL history based on record.
What about the eye test?
Well, it didn't pass the eye test either.
TMA 101 ESPN shows presented by Brown and Crouppen. Jackson's got two things for you here, and I'm going to let you pick it. Because in checking the till, he has who do you think is the most random guest in the history of TMA?
Oh, gosh.
And then in clearing the deck, he has what is a column from Variety on the 100 best comedy movies of all time. And, of course, Jackson hosts the Movie Boy podcast. Then we've got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email the day earlier on the program, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. We had Jeremy Rutherford in studio for two segments, answering two-part questions on the Blues. And you can go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's Jason Gosrow's company. And with the cold weather, garage doors are breaking left and right. You go to schaeferdoor.com, and they will be out quick, fast, and in a hurry to tend to it for you. SCHAEFER door.com. Schaefer Door. SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608 to get you the quickest response time if your garage door breaks. They also service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installations, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business and you have commercial door needs, Schaefer Door is your hookup. That's Jason Gosrow's company, schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer and longtime Morning After sponsor, and the sponsor of the podcast here on 101 ESPN. All right, Doug, I've given you sufficient time to make a decision. Jackson's questions, checking the till. Who do you think the most random guest in the history of the show is?
Like a celebrity guest?
I mean, you'll have to ask
most
the
random
producer.
guest.
And then Jackson's got his 100 best comedy movies of all time list, which comes from Variety, which just published the list. Where do you want to go?
I guess the best movies, because the random guess,
because it's Vivian Azure, right?
20 some odd years, who knows?
But Vivian Azure.
Okay, now we can move on to the next one.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for this nice words. I appreciate it so much.
Now, is that Vivian there?
Yeah.
What country did she hail from?
I don't know.
The Ukraine.
What did she do?
She starred in films.
Oh, no.
Doug, what do you think is the number one according to Variety? And I will give you a hint. It is a film that is not even 40 years old.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
It's a good guess. It's not the answer, but it's a good guess.
I thought I saw that on a poll here a week or two ago. That's why I guessed that. The number one comedy ever.
It's centered around baseball.
Not Major League?
Nope, good guess.
The one with Leslie Nielsen as the umpire.
Naked Gun is correct.
Gun.
Enrico Palazzo. Jackson, do you agree with that? I mean, you host Movie Boy.
Like, it's such a subjective thing. Like, I don't think it's not my favorite comedy of all time. And that's the only thing I go off of. I've stopped doing this is the best, this is the best, this is the best. I just say this is my favorite because no one can argue that with me. It is not my favorite comedy of all time. I will say this Variety list is pretty pretentious.
What do you mean it's pretty pretentious?
Like a lot of movies that were made like in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s.
Gosh, yeah.
Are you saying because the next list up, I see Tony Curtis dressed up as a lady in a hot tub?
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Some Like It Hot is number 2, Doug.
Yeah, that's like, it's so I get this list doesn't really resonate with me because it's like the bank dick is in the top 20. And
I think you're going to have to apologize to my kids.
All right. I do. Fargo is number 8, which I like. It's funny, but I don't necessarily consider that a comedic movie.
Hey Kay Adams is in number 3. Diane Keaton and Woody Allen. Doug, Annie Hall is the 3rd funniest movie of all time.
I don't think
Great
so.
movie. I wouldn't.
Okay, you lost me already with this list.
I think you picked the wrong option, Doug.
Yeah, they lost me with this.
Now I love Sideways being at 14. Hell yeah.
Don't say that.
Sideways is awesome.
Or someone's wacko's immediately texting in. Yeah, and you guys figured it would be number 5, but it was number 4, The Great Dictator.
Yeah, see, that's like what I'm saying. Like the Chaplin movie, like Modern Times is like actually truly hilarious, and you wouldn't think so being a silent movie. But funniest movie, like you're telling me, it's funnier than Caddyshack. I just am going to disagree.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
That's up there.
Got to be one of them.
That's up there.
The person who made this list has a lot of bumper stickers.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. Kind of dunking on everybody. I assume this is like a group list. Like, I hope it's not just one guy.
Waiting for Guffman, 1996's Waiting for
Chris
Guffman.
Guest?
Chris Guest. I got to tell you, I like that play, though.
That's a good one. I've just recently watched that.
Have you watched Best in Show?
Buck Swope gave me the DVD, and I watched half of it.
So you ejected on that and The Girl Next Door? What's your problem,
let me explain. The Best in Show is because my power was out, and it's the only one of 2 DVDs that I own, which I need to up my physical media stock. But and then halfway through the movie, my power came back on, so I stopped it. Started watching something else.
No.
Sorry.
Animal House has to be somewhere on that list, right?
No, my power, my internet. That would make sense. My internet.
Okay.
Animal House, let me see. It's
Monty Python and the Holy Grail. 6. Duck Soup with Groucho Marx and company, Doug. Number 7.
Okay.
Number 8, Fargo, as Jackson made reference to. Number 9, Young Frankenstein.
Classic.
And number 10, Bill Murray film.
You get the
Stripes?
No.
Caddyshack?
No.
Oh, gosh. I'm going to need initials.
G.D.
Groundhog Day.
Yes!
Okay.
Ned Ryerson.
I don't know that was that funny. It was great, but it wasn't a barrel of laughs, I didn't think.
I really like Groundhog Day.
I liked it, too, a lot.
What about Sherlock Jr. from 1924? Do you agree with that being number 11?
Who's even seen these movies?
Tootsie with Dustin Hoffman. That is the second of the top 12 in which a gentleman is dressing up like a lady.
Yeah.
Tony Curtis, 2, Some Like It Hot. Dustin Hoffman. Who was cuter, Tony Curtis or Dustin Hoffman?
I don't care about the trannies.
Tweet it out, Trent McCurt. Let's see what I got here. Dr. Strangelove, number 13.
Incredible.
What's that?
Incredible. It is prime Kubrick.
Don't say prime Kubrick. Like you're some industry insider.
Yes, movie boy.
Dr. Strangelove is great.
Jackson referenced Sideways being 14, and that really made you happy, and you're applauding over there now.
Well, like the Birdcage is number 61. We could move that up. The Birdcage is great.
Again, there's a common theme here with this list now. That, of course, was Nathan Lane playing a lady married to Robin Williams' character, and Hank Azaria was wearing Daisy Dukes. Am I right on that?
Yeah. And Robin Williams plays like the straight man. It's great.
But he wasn't.
Well, no, when I say straight man, like the comedic straight man.
Got it.
He's playing a gay gentleman. Yeah, he's playing a gay gentleman, but playing the straight man.
And Norman Dale, this was a sequel to Hoosiers, The Birdcage. Norman Dale came down from Indiana.
Gene Hackman's in it. Is every movie Gene Hackman's in after Hoosiers? Does he have to play Norman Dale forever? It'd be tough in The Firm.
Doug, were you surprised to see Playtime ranked 15?
I've never even heard of it.
It's with Jacques Tati.
Oh.
Yes, like I said, this list is really pretentious.
It is.
So are you surprised that His Girl Friday, that's like My Girl Bill, from 1940 is number 16? Or what about The Heartbreak Kid? Not with Ben Stiller, but with Charles Grodin, number 17.
Yeah, it's like Charles Grodin is funny.
Spinal Tap. This is Spinal Tap, number 18.
It's the second one of that.
Then we're coming up on its 100th anniversary. It Happened One Night with
Clark Gable.
Clark Gable. Who's going to be a
great comedian he was.
Bless it. And number 20, Superbad. Jackson's standing and applauding.
That's a bad list.
No, Superbad is...
The list is super bad.
No, Superbad is incredible. It never fails to make... Michael Cera is one of the funniest humans ever to live.
What could be more subjective than a comedy movie?
For sure. Couldn't agree more, Doug.
It's not Kubrick, it's Kubrick. And you call yourself a movie boy? That's some big tough.
Maybe you're reaching there a little bit. Maybe you're nitpicking a little bit. I know his name.
Is it Bo Prabula?
I was going to say, he's got an issue with that
Stanley Kubrick.
Tim, where's Hot Tub Time Machine on the list? Jackson, have you seen Hot Tub Time Machine?
Trash.
Oh, wow.
Sorry. That's just my opinion.
Caddyshack 22. I'm going to list films from the last 40 years. Bridesmaids, 24.
John Hamm.
MASH, 25.
Best Picture winner, I think. Right? Didn't MASH win Best Picture, Doug?
Might have.
I think so.
And that led to the television series?
Yeah.
I believe it did, yeah.
Borat, 26.
Incredible. My wife.
Richard Pryor,
funny.
live in concert, number 28.
That doesn't count as a movie.
When Harry Met Sally, 29.
Incredible.
Austin Powers, the first one, with Elizabeth Hurley.
Don't sleep on Goldmember, though. Really funny.
Pink Flamingos, Doug. Another picture of a gentleman dressed up as a lady.
Jeez, starting to see a theme here, maybe?
Jackson,
I wonder who made up this list.
Let's see what I got here. Lost in America. Number 33.
When did that one come out?
85.
Okay.
Heck of a year. With Nall and I from 1987.
With Nall and I? Let's shut this list down and let's do it now.
You can make your own list, Doug. I'd be happy.
School of Rock with Jack Black came in behind With Nall and I.
God. Incredible.
Ed Wood, 1994.
Not very funny. Ed Wood's not that funny.
The Princess Bride with Andre the Giant, who was body slammed by Hulk Hogan. That happened at the Pontiac Silverdome. Was that Big John Stud?
Now that's funny.
I have any idea.
William Goldman wrote that one.
Getting body slammed is funny?
No, Princess
Probably
Bride.
not if you weigh 500 pounds.
What about Andre the Giant?
Surprised you didn't go right through the ring.
Yeah.
Clueless with the great Brittany Murphy,
yeah,
who also starred in 8 Mile. 1995, Stacey Dash, who has been on the program, came in at number 39. And then Zoolander. Not the second one, though. The first one. Hansel is so hot right now. That was number 40, Doug.
So you're not high on this list there, Doug?
No, it's a horrible list. It's a horrendous list.
It was segment 10-2 in the Steve Dossier. I'm just following orders.
Mrs. Doubtfire at 44.
God.
There's a theme. Have you noticed that? There really is a theme.
Coming to America at 46.
Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall dressed up as ladies in that.
They sure did. Arsenio,
there's a theme.
But they were playing multiple characters, you know. The Prince didn't necessarily either way.
I mean, there is
that's a lousy list.
It's a bad list. It's not a bad list. It's just too comprehensive. List. Like, let's really narrow down with a comedy. Like Fargo, incredible. Maybe not necessarily a comedy.
My Best Friend's Wedding with the great Cami Diaz, and of course Dermot Mulrooney, who will win an Emmy for his performance in The Hunting Wives.
Oh, does he play the cuck husband?
I don't think he was. Was he a cuck?
Well, isn't she really attracted to who plays the
Doug?
I don't know.
Come on. No, what's homegirl's name?
Don't say homegirl.
Tall one. Eastern European.
Tall one. That was my buddy Lucas when Andy Dick hit on him in the cabana at Hard Rock in 2008.
Not to be confused with.
He ran his index finger down the middle of his chest.
No, he didn't.
She was in Entourage, where she also was in a threesome.
Malin
Ackerman, yes. Brittany Snow's crushing on her, so that would make him a cuck.
That's a great cuck, though. I mean, that's the kind of cuck you want.
I mean, if you're going to get cucked, where else would you rather be than with Malin Ackerman?
Yeah.
Right, Doug? But a cuck nonetheless.
I've always said.
That guy stinks. Well, that performance, that
you
show.
liked him in My Best Friend's Wedding, which came in at 57.
I hard ejected the Hunting Wives thing.
No one voted on this to rank them. Nobody. It's one guy did this.
I'm not sure.
One cross-dresser.
I'm not sure.
And that's why he rates those movies all so high.
Sexual Chocolate is the best band ever. It's from Doug's Legs Akimbo.
Coming to America.
Mr. Randy Watson.
Yeah.
That boy, good. Doug, it was Hogan in WrestleMania 3 at the Silverdome. That's from the stay-at-home trailer park dad.
Yeah, it's an important moment.
The Grown Ups 2 didn't make the list, Doug. At least you could be happy about that.
Oh, gosh, it could not possibly have made any list.
Hard to believe Movie Boy's single. Such an anomaly. That's from Warson Woods Wacko, who is attacking your love of this list.
I think I was pretty forward that I didn't love this list. I don't know why personal attacks are welcomed. That's not very fair.
But isn't that what the show's built on?
Yeah. Well, yeah. 21 years of it.
Amen. Email in with your personal attacks the morning after at InsideSTL.com. They could win you Guns N' Roses tickets. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Doug, you know anything about Design Air? I think you do.
Sure I do. I had them out to my house, and you should have them out to your house, too. If anything should ever go wrong with your furnace or your airco, even if it doesn't go wrong, it's a great idea to have them come out and do regular maintenance. Then you won't have the problems down the road. And, boy, it's going to get cold here the next few weeks, so you got to make sure that furnace is humming just right. It'd be a good idea to call Design Air, get them out, clean out the furnace, make sure it's running right all winter long. They believe in honest work, never going to be sold something you don't need, whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat. They have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Company been around since 1904. How many companies in St. Louis have lasted that long? That's, 121 years? That's because they do it right. They charge a fair price, and people want them to come back if they have a problem, and there's word of mouth that goes into it, too. Design Air will treat you right, and who knows what kind of man you're going to get, what kind of technician is going to come to your house. It could be the highly regarded and heavily muscled Brian. It could be Larry the Silver Fox, the rugged Joe, the dashing Steve. Maybe the bold and daring Adam will show up at your front door, and we're finding out the very helpful Anthony is also available. It's home with a handsome repairman, Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. This is the website again, designairservice.com. Schedule your service today.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor the email today, which is coming your way next here on the Morning After. 101 ESPN, TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tomorrow evening as they take on the Boston Bruins. Pre-game right here on 101 ESPN at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, does this make you think of Mark McGuire coming to bat in 1998?
Not really. I didn't pay much attention to it. Is this his walk-up theme?
Sure
I didn't pay attention to it.
What about Axl Rose getting dropped off by bus? Is that on Sunset Strip?
I just didn't do the show prep on this one, Tim.
At least you're being honest. How about this text? This is a lovely sentiment. And let's tip our cap to this person. Appreciation text. I've been going through chemo the past several months and appreciate being able to tune in and hear you guys every day. Appreciate the ability to hear some good insights, some good humor, and good interviews and be able to take my mind off things. You guys are great. Tip of the cap to the 314 for battling and having the attitude that they do. Just sent that text in and sits there and listens to the program. God bless.
That's outstanding.
Amen. God bless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to give away those Guns N' Roses tickets right now with the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Chairman Curt, is everything in the filtered file filtered? I know you and Jackson were having a conversation about one that might be problematic, Doug. I don't know what one it is. I try to edit on the fly.
I went to my direct superior and
Jackson is that's the flow chart?
That's right.
Power flow chart?
Yep.
Let's see what I got. The use of timeouts in sports are strategic pauses that allow coaches and players to regroup and communicate, and they allow for effective game clock management. Each team is limited to a few timeouts because unlimited timeouts would avoid consequence and diminish the value of existing rules. We are now 68 timeouts into Harrison's self-imposed show ban, where he calls timeout with each shot that he wants to take at superstars Jordan Kyrou and Jackson. Allowing it is effectively the same thing as the fastest diet, which is avoiding eating from 10:05 to 10:20 every day. Discipline. Discipline is the key. The eye test suggests that Harrison has used his allotment. His reign should have ended when he made fun of Jackson's hair on the bench in the CBC game. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Mystery. We are still hiding which side is Mizzou's for the bragging rights game.
Shooter McGavin.
More CBC complaint calls, please. Let's beef with all the St. Louis private high schools. World-class radio fellows. Engaging. Representative of the people. St. Charles County loves it. Elites versus non-elites. Cash versus credit. Regular Amazon versus Amazon Prime. Filet mignon versus skirt steak. Tuxedo versus tuxedo t-shirts. Ah, the strife. Breathe it in, boys. This is what sports radio is meant to be. Doug, that's from Bro Fallon.
Okay. Bro Fallon.
Are we Facebook official if our inner thigh rashes become intertwined as we waddle away from the soda fountain that is closest to the restroom stalls that feature a metal pole bolted to the wall that can be used for leverage when the twice-baked turkey leg crowns, Doug?
When the turkey leg crowns.
Twice baked.
This is the one I was questioning, Doug.
I couldn't tell if that was the bidet water that I was suckling out of my wife's father's dog's bowl or the dehydrated kidney broth that he drizzled down my lower back as we perfected his latest fetish, BDSM, with a fondness for waterworks, which is so mild it's not even worth mentioning. J. Jr. heart emoji. Sprinkle my crinkle with your tinkle, Doug. That's from T. Terry TT Boy. And then he shot a picture of himself.
That sounded
He's got
like
a Mizzou stocking cap, and he looks like he's eating some kind of carbohydrates off the back of a tank lid.
Was that Deke Dotem?
Those are wings, but there's celery too.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. T. Terry TT Boy.
Boy, it's hard not to scribble something in the suspension log you right now.
Because you appreciate the Mizzou stocking cap?
I don't.
We like the pros.
Terry T-Boy.
Tim, I know you haven't had time to go back and podcast the shows you missed, but 2 Fridays ago, Joey Vitale said he is not having his Christmas shindig this year. I really didn't know that. And I just asked Jackson that in a commercial break when I saw this email. Well, that's what he said. I think he just didn't want anyone with roots to low-powered AM radio there this year. That's because it happened Sunday evening. and it was glorious. All of Kirkwood's finest concrete layers, bread bakers, and chicken farmers were there. Even me, a lowly technician at a golf ball factory. I hung out by the punch bowl so I could meet everyone. I struck up a conversation with a retired pro golfer. I won't reveal his identity, but his first name starts with J. His ears perked up when I told him I make golf balls. He asked what we do with reject balls. I said there's a whole truckload that only had 6 dimples instead of the normal 336. It was a rough day at the plant that day. When I told him he could have them for free, he hugged me like he just won the Omaha Classic. He whispered I had just saved his life. Apparently he needs a lot of low-quality golf balls for some reason.
Oh.
What a party. Sorry you missed it, Brad and Boca. So Joey had the party on Sunday?
And you weren't invited.
God bless America.
Brad in Boca.
TMA all day, brother. There are lies. There are embellishments. And then there is the Iggy Strode cinematic universe on TMA all day. A place where reality takes a smoke break while Ken recalls all of his Hallmark romances that never happened. Picture this, somewhere deep in a Nova Scotian meat locker, a beef saleswoman in a parka, snowshoes, and butcher apron decides she is going to chase the legendary tableside seduction of Iggy Strode. The man behind Steak Diane, the sorcerer of Cherry's Jubilee, the Salt Bay of Caesar salad before social media existed. Her desire is so strong she commits to bringing him beef the way penguins bring rocks. She boards a 27-hour 3-connection flight to Bermuda while cradling a still blue hunk of Nova Scotian sirloin. TSA flagged it, Homeland Security questioned it, yet she pushed through because her loins and her sirloin demanded the touch of a 5'7" Strode with a ponytail and a 14 handicap. She lands. She tracks him down at what we now know was an assisted living fat camp, which somehow sounds normal in the Iggy canon. The fairy tale ends quickly. He takes one look at her and her beef, decides they're both too fatty, and immediately transports her to her Australian neighbor's villa in the dead of night like he's trafficking livestock in the outback.
Okay, it's getting long.
Morning arrives. The neighbor follows a trail of beef crumbs up the steps to Iggy's dorm. He sees the beef slab tucked lovingly into Ken's sheets like a Build-A-Bear made out of round steak and asks very calmly, "Mate, where this fat Nova Scotian beef woman came from?" Fade to black. Brother, that is not a story. That is a straight-to-DVD cry for help written in beef. Doug, that comes from Marv.
Gosh, I didn't like the term beef slab. Marv.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the College Football Playoff Selection Committee released their penultimate rankings with Arkansas Athletic Director Hunter Yurchek spewing a bunch of asinine BS while everyone knows they're just trying to perpetuate the antiquated conference championship games that only exist to extract every last bit of TV revenue from their broadcast partners. Meanwhile, the Billikens took down Bo Kimball and Loyola Barabount in front of a dozen or so fans in a tiny gym. Mizzou Hoops dropped their first game of the season in South Bend, but we don't want to get into that as it'll put Libby Jack in a dark place because we're sitting here again talking about the same things. And what's the media in this town talking about? Some video that no one can see of a DoorDash driving dweeb who dropped some chicken nuggets on the ground and then delivered them anyway. Today's email is sponsored by Doug Vaughn's Amateur Prostate Exams. If you'd like to have a khaki smoke show guess the size of your prostate, come on down to Doug Vaughn's Amateur Prostate Exams in the alley behind Fuddruckers. Ours is the type of presentation where some public school poor from Franklin County feels free to drop in at any time and let us know how much he hates CBC. Log off Jason Tatum's Wikipedia page and touch grass, you effing Hoosier. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recessed Lady's Breast. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The only question left is what you got.
Well,
somebody's getting Guns N' Roses tickets.
Okay, there were some pretty good ones and some bad ones. I thought the best might have been the leadoff hitter, Shooter McGavin.
I disagree. It was easy choice today. Mr. Boy.
Mr. Boy?
Yeah, B-O-Y-T-T Boy is who I was thinking of.
I also like Shooter McGavin.
I'm going Shooter McGavin as well. Shooter McGavin is one.
Okay.
Guns N' Roses tickets, congratulations. Those go on sale on Friday at 10 a.m. Learn more at 101ESPN.com. But Shooter McGavin has won the competition. James Carlton's won it live. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. Jamie Rivers just made the switch to him. Brandon Kiley just made the switch to him. I've been with him since 2019, and you may have heard him saying it here on 101 ESPN. Auto rates are now at an 18-year low. That is how long James has been in business, and he's never seen rates lower. If you want to make the switch that Jamie Rivers and BK did, then you can do it now by going online at carltoninsurance.net. Why not save money? I know you might be on, I don't know. I just don't want to make the phone call. That's fine. But you're going to save thousands of dollars. Why not at least find out how much you can save? 314-961-4800. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. Time for us to shut it down for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Curt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.